Chapter 327. The leader of Yuan clan, Yuan Shang, had his eyes half closed, as if he had fallen into some kind of reverie. He focused on martial arts, and together with Song Ke, they were the top two martial artists below Ning Daoqi in Middle-earth. Although they were powerful, they had never been involved in politics. They had left all the power of Yuan clan to his nephew, Yuan Wenji. However, he himself was a stabilizing force for Yuan clan. He could not be underestimated. "Huaji, you have lost this time," he sighed, "since Yangguang has taken control of Daxing, and the eunuchs of the East and West faction have eyes and ears everywhere in the two capitals. You no longer have any chance in Daxing. Right now, the only chance of survival is outside the capital. Although the East and West faction are arrogant, the world is still the world of the aristocratic families. Most of the managers and military leaders are from aristocratic families. The power of our Yuan clan lies in the reputation of the aristocratic families. Yangguang can destroy our foundation, but he cannot destroy the aristocratic families, let alone our reputation and relationship. Uncle, are you asking me to admit defeat? Yangguang will not trust us anymore. Now that we are trapped in Daxing, are we just going to let our foundation rot and let Yangguang kill the loyal officials of Great Zhou?" Yuan Wenji raised his head and asked, unwilling to give up. Yuan Shang sighed. The rise and fall of aristocratic families are normal. As long as Yuan clan protects itself, Yangguang will not do anything to us. When the world is strong again, there will be a day when we can rise again. Why should we care about the temporary gains and losses? 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, 100-year-old dynasty. Huaji, you are not far-sighted enough. We are not at the end of the road yet, Yuan Wenji said coldly. Right now, the morale of the armies in Daxing is not stable yet. They are only temporarily following Yangguang, and that incapable ruler has destroyed his own foundation. Right now, other than those damned eunuchs, there is no longer any power under Yangguang's control. He mobilized all the armies outside the city and guarded the gate, but this exposed the emptiness of the city. Right now, the Duga clan is also dissatisfied with Yangguang. Why don't we work together? Huaji! Yuan Shang stopped him. Tongguan's martial arts are so powerful that even I can't see through him. The power of the East and West faction is no weaker than us. Without the slightest chance, we can't bet the lives of the entire Yuan clan on a plan. Are we just going to watch Gigi die? Uncle, today that fatuous emperor can put Gigi in the death cell. Tomorrow he can attack Chengdu and Wudi. At that time, how are we going to save them? Yuan Ji asked in a trembling voice. Besides, Dugafeng has also sent a letter. He took out a secret letter and handed it to Yuan Shang. Dugafeng is the commander of the Imperial Army, in charge of the Imperial Guards, Cavalry Guards, Martial Guards, Garrison Guards, Imperial Guards, and Marquis Guards. There are a total of 6,000 people, and they are the most important guards in the Imperial City. His brother, Dugasheng, is an expert that Yangguang easily trusts. Our strength has already far surpassed that of the Eastern and Western workshops. Although those damned eunuchs are savage, after all, they have only been established for a few months. How many kung fu experts can they have? The sky outside the window was already bright. Yuan Shang said tiredly, "I will go to court with you. Chengdu and Wudi will stay in the hiding place we have prepared. If we die, you guys just burn down the Yuan clan and protect Chengdu and Shiji as they go to Taiyuan to seek refuge with the Li clan." The sky was bright, and the officials who came for the court had already gathered outside the imperial city. After the failure of the 3 expeditions to Korea, the Sui dynasty was in flames, and Yangguang was addicted to wine and women. It was rare for him to have a morning court. Moreover, he had recently established the Eastern and Western workshops, and he had gone against the rules and killed the officials. This caused the officials' hearts to waver, and public opinion was boiling. Although this morning court was rather chaotic, it could be seen that the officials were divided into groups of 5, representing different forces. The largest group was the eunuchs' party behind Yu Shiji. Yu Shiji had basically obtained his position by flattering the emperor, and he represented Yangguang's confidant. Among the officials, those who wanted to flatter him were all trying to curry favor with him. Recently, he had allied with the powerful Eastern and Western workshops, so his power was the largest. Next was Yuan Ji, who was on good terms with the Yuan clan, or who was loyal to the Yuan clan. Next was Pei Yun and Su Wei, who represented Qing Lu and Pei Ju. Their numbers were also very large, and together they were the largest group among the five. Finally, there were the officials behind Dugu Feng, who were trying to curry favor with the Dugu clan. Their numbers were relatively small, but only those who truly understood the situation knew that this was to prevent Yangguang from being afraid. Otherwise, their power in the court would be even greater than the Yuan clan. With a heavy creaking sound, the guards pushed open the palace door to the royal court, revealing the steps leading up to the royal court. The sergeants of the 12 guards stood on both sides, arranged in a row on the wide square in front of the main hall, exuding a solemn aura. Dugu Feng and Yuan Ji exchanged glances, and they led the officials behind them up the steps. Yangguang sat on the dragon throne, and his aura was like the netherworld. Even with his eyes closed, he looked like an evil dragon that was about to devour someone. The hall, which was hundreds of meters long and wide, was shrouded in a demonic aura. It was strange and ever-changing. The court was supposed to be open and above board, but it was like the temple of Yanluo, dark, cold, and silent. Dozens of figures dressed in the clothes of servants stood on both sides of the hall. They were the backbone of the East and West faction. Tong Guan had changed into the clothes of a servant, and he stood next to Yangguang in the shadows. Wang Shichong of Luoyang, is he not willing to come? Forget it. I will spare his life, but I still have to wait for the saintess of the Tsihang Quiet House to come to Luoyang. I am waiting for them to choose the emperor. Didn't I hold back and not deal with those old bald donkeys from Jingyan Monastery to lure them here? If one he sure by is not enough, I will add on Yang Su's treasury. I want all the rebels in the world to gather in Luoyang. Your Majesty, the news of He Sure Bai and Yang Su's treasury has spread. I believe the people from the Tsihang Quiet House have already noticed that something is wrong. The people from the demon sect also know that the evil emperor's relic has been placed in the treasury by Lu Miaozi. With the dark sunflower faction and the omniscient sect coming, I am not afraid that both the righteous and evil sects will not gather in Luoyang, Tongguan said softly. Very good. This time we will be able to eradicate most of the unstable forces in the world. Without those backbone leaders, the rebels will have their backbone removed. Choose the emperor. Why don't we elect Yanluo? Yangguang sneered. Yuan Ji stepped into the main hall and saw Yangguang's appearance from afar. His hands could not help but tremble. The current Yangguang did not look the same as before he gave him the heavenly demonic stone. The exhaustion from indulging in wine and women had disappeared from his face. His body was tall and strong, and even his appearance had returned to when he was young. But what shocked him the most was the terrifying aura from Yangguang's body. Demonic flames filled the sky. There were ferocious demons everywhere in the main hall. The faces of the servants hidden in the darkness were as mysterious as ghosts. Yuan Ji swept his gaze across their faces. Wang Zhan, Wang Ji, Lu Jin, Wei Zhongxian, Wang Qinzhen, Chao Huachan, Cao Suiyan, Feng Bao, Gu Deong, Yu Huatian, Zheng He, Chao Rin, Dong Haichuan. The Duta chiefs of the eastern and western depots were all standing there. Behind them, there were countless foreigners with their heads lowered. It seemed like all the eunuchs of the inner servants' province were present. Yu Wenji felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 328. As an important place in the imperial court, the hall was majestic and exquisite. It was several hundred meters in length, making the front very spacious. Even if there were thousands of people gathered here, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. Giant dragon pillars that would take 5 people to wrap their arms around held up the roof of the hall that was almost 15 meters high. The dragon throne above the crowd was a display of the majesty of the imperial power. Yuan felt a heavy pressure on his back the moment he stepped into the hall. It was as if he was going up against a towering mountain. His uncle Yuan came to his side. Although Yuan didn't say anything, Yuan could tell from his expression and figure that he was no longer confident in this battle. Huaji, run when I attack His Majesty later. Yuan Shang's tone was very dry. He didn't even dare to call Yang Guang a fatuous ruler and called him His Majesty instead. Yuan didn't notice this at all. He pulled Yuan Shang's sleeve and said in shock, "Uncle, you're the #1 expert of great sway. Are you not confident?" "I'm not the #1 expert. In this hall, the number of people I'm not confident in attacking can be counted on 2 hands. Yuan Shang sighed and said, "Even that Tong Gong by His Majesty's side is frighteningly skilled. I have never seen such a person in my life, not to mention that His Majesty himself is a top-notch expert." How is this possible? Yuan couldn't believe it. Yuan Shang only advised him, "Huaji, you're right. His Majesty really doesn't want to let the Yuan clan live. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, we are the chicken. The chickens is irrelevant, so whether I make a move or not, His Majesty's thunderous strike will be welcome to intimidate all the rebels. This will be an unprecedented battle in the martial Dao. I only hope you, Huaji, run." A young eunuch stood in front of the Yuan clan and said softly, "Clan Lord, His Majesty is summoning you." Yuan Shang's body shook. He looked at the eunuch's mysterious movement and said with a shaky voice, "Eunuch, may I know your name?" "West Faction Guards, Yu Huatian." The handsome eunuch smiled slightly and made an inviting gesture with his hand. Yuan Shang lowered his eyes and sighed softly. "Just by looking at Gong's movements, I can tell that there are countless experts in the West Faction Guards. People always said that I have mastered the mysterious ice power, a martial art that only I have mastered in the Yuan clan, and that I am already the most powerful warrior among the young generation. But today, when I saw you, I realized it. He still has a long way to go." Yuan Shang turned his head once more, sending a final message to Yu Wenhua. "Seize the opportunity and run." Borrowing his own sigh, he told Yu Wenji the last piece of information he saw. There were dozens of eunuchs in the main hall, and every one of them was more skilled than Yu Wenji. The situation was hopeless and he had to escape. Yang Guang stood on the dragon platform. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. It was only when Yuan Shang arrived in front of him that he came back to his senses. He chuckled and said, "Yuan Qing, I heard that the leader of the White Path, Xihangjing House, is holding the Heshabi Jade to control the orthodoxy of the world. In a few days, they will choose the Son of Heaven for the common people of the world in Luoyang. They will uphold the righteous path and pacify the chaotic world. As the Son of Heaven, I am also very curious about the so-called way of the Son of Heaven. Today, Duguyuan, the 2 pillars of the nation, are here. I would like to hear your way of the world. The way of the world is upheld by the Son of Heaven. I dare not overstep it." Yuan Shang declined cautiously. Yang Guang laughed. He flicked his sleeves and stood up, leaning on the dragon throne. He said, "It's all right. It is the virtue of the ancient holy king to ask the ministers for advice. It is the duty of a minister to offer advice to the king. It is not overstepping it. The way of the world is described by the predecessors. We are incompetent and cannot escape the way of the saints. Now that the world is in chaos, the people are divided. However, the previous dynasty still has some virtue, and the aristocratic families have not dispersed. If your Majesty is willing to set an example by criticizing the malpractices of the past and pursuing the way of reducing extravagance and saving costs by seeking peace, ending the revolution, giving virtue and giving benefits, everyone will be of one mind. The response of the people will be loud, and it will not take long for the people from afar to be convinced." Yuan Shang spoke leisurely. Although he didn't say anything earth-shattering, every word and sentence was like the teachings of a saint. He was upright and impartial, showing his sincerity. Not only did Dugusheng and the others secretly nod their heads, even the Clearstream faction behind Su Wei faintly agreed. Even the loyal ministers who disliked the ambition of the Yuan family had to admit that Yuan Shang, the head of the Yuan family, was indeed different from his ambitious nephew. He was still loyal to the great Sui. He thought to himself, Yuan Shang's words are wise. If your majesty listens to him and cleans up the court, everyone will be of one mind. It may not be impossible to revive the great Sui, thanks to Emperor Wen's virtue. It's a pity that your majesty is violent. I'm afraid Yuan Shang's words will not be tolerated by your majesty. Boring. These are all old words, not your true thoughts. There are 3 disadvantages to the great Sui. First, the world's aristocratic families prosper. They monopolize the official career and power, making the land around the world the property of the aristocratic families. The poor people have no way to survive. Why? The land in the world is less than the population. The power of the 9 states cannot provide for the people. The more the aristocratic families advance, the more the people retreat. They have no choice but to rise up. Therefore, instead of criticizing the disadvantages, it is better to kill the aristocratic families. Kill until the 9 states are overturned and blood flows. The land around the world will be emptied and there will be no more aristocratic families left. Then heroes will be born to conquer the world, and the country will be ruled for hundreds of years. This is the beginning and end of the 5 elements and the replacement of the 5 virtues. It can continue the orthodoxy and preserve China. As soon as Yang Guang said this, the minister's expressions changed. Yuan clan and Dugusheng's faces turned pale. The air was covered with a thick smell of blood. If there is any misfortune, the Central Plains will bleed so much that the foreign races will invade. The Han dynasty will no longer exist, and the Turks will rule the world. The chaos of the 5 barbarians will repeat. Ministers and the aristocratic families will bear the humiliation and bow to the foreign races. We will corrupt the barbarians and the foreign races, so that they will believe in Confucius and Mencius. We will use the aristocratic families to build a dynasty. When the next cycle comes, we will plan to support the Han dynasty. I can't bear to do this. Yang Guang sighed. He faced the frightened ministers and said, I have a suggestion. Now that the Sui dynasty is about to be overturned, in order to prevent the foreign races from invading, the Sui dynasty will sacrifice itself. We will invade Goryeo in the east and kill the Turks in the west. We will destroy the Sui dynasty and cause the foreign races in the north and south to bleed. We will cause chaos everywhere and cause the extinction of the foreign races. When the heroes of the world fight, less blood will be shed. Isn't this a meritorious service to the world? Before he finished, his voice shook the world. Duguan was so shocked that he felt dizzy. The ministers were at a loss and felt their limbs go weak. P.S. Just finished writing. It was originally a martial arts novel, but I wrote too much about politics, so I am going to rewrite it. This chapter will be replaced after I finish writing it. Everyone just refresh it. Readers on mobile can download it again. You should see the new chapter tomorrow morning. To be continued. Chapter 329. Hearing Yang Guang's words, all the officials on the scene were shocked. Many of the old officials who were loyal to the great Sui felt that they were hallucinating and fell to the ground. The people of the Yuan clan and the Dugu clan were also at a loss because of Yang Guang's shocking words. The Qinglu, led by Su Wei, felt their hands and feet go cold. They stared blankly at Yang Guang, who was sitting on the dragon, thrown with contempt. Emperor Zhou. Su Wei pointed at Yang Guang and said, Emperor Zhou. Yang Guang walked down the stage step by step and snorted. Do you think I will play the role of a wise ruler and a virtuous official with you? Divide the benefits with you and fight for power? Too slow. Too slow. It's too slow to allow the world to slowly change and for me to push forward and reform the system bit by bit. I have never been a patient person. For the sake of building my ideal country, I ask all of you to die. Yang Guang arrived in front of Su Wei and covered his head with his palm. The heavenly demon-devouring soul took away all of his self-consciousness and then changed it according to his will. With the infusion of devil chi and life essence, the life potential of the old man under his palm rapidly surged, and his hair visibly turned black. Fatuous ruler, let go of Sir Su. Yuan Huaji let out a loud shout, seizing this rare opportunity to make his move. He raised his mysterious ice force, and a layer of cold true chi appeared on his palms. The true chi in his hands twisted and turned freely, and combined with his movement skill, it could be said to have an unfathomable power. He used the officials as a cover and avoided the eunuchs. He shook his wrist, and at the same time his palm force was like a dragon spitting out pearls, drawing an arc in the air and quickly approaching Yang Guang's chest. He used Su Wei as a shield and activated the mysterious ice force to 120%. When he struck out, the air was faintly covered with frost. However, this cold vital chi was not his real killer move. The twisting and turning and the sharp and cold palm force was the real power. If his skin was numbed by the cold true chi of the mysterious ice force, it would be easy for him to be confused by you when he was cold and domineering will, and lose the ability to judge the palm force in a trance. All of this happened in a split second. Before Yuan Hua finished his sentence, his palm was about to land on Yang Guang's chest. Before anyone could react, his uncle Yuan Shang shouted, "Watch out!" A ghostly shadow flashed beside Yang Guang. Yuan Shang opened his hands weakly and said the last 4 words, "Watch out, Huaji!" Hua Tian slowly retracted his short sword and wiped the blood off it. He took a step back and returned to his position. Yuan Huaji's body brushed past Yang Guang and landed on the main hull. The smell of blood came with the wind, but Yang Guang's expression didn't change. He didn't even move his eyes. It was as if he had never seen this person before. Just when Yang Guang's hand left Su Wei's face, Su Wei knelt in front of Yang Guang's and bowed. Guang said. He raised his head, but it was the face of an unfamiliar young scholar. Everyone who saw this felt a chill rise in their hearts, and fear spread from the depths of their hearts. No one was willing to become someone else under Yang Guang. They would rather die. Fatuous ruler, if you do this, someone will punish you. Yuan Shang pointed at Yang Guang and shouted, I don't care. I don't care even if all of you come together. Just like how you don't care about the voice of a commoner. Life, death, wealth, and even your thoughts are in my hands. Great Sui only needs one voice. Yang Guang calmly extended his right hand and said, Hurry up! Later, when the heavenly demon soul devouring is used, you will not have the will to resist. Give them the weapons. Yang Guang walked back to the high platform and said to the servant beside him. He casually extended his left hand and sucked at Yuan Hua's body from a few feet away. Under the heavenly demon for corrosion, the body quickly shriveled. The blood and flesh essence turned into demonic energy and flew into Yang Guang's body. There was only a puff of green smoke. Standing on the high platform, Yang Guang looked down at everyone. Right now, most of the aristocratic families in the Central Plains are here, and all the elites in Daxing City have been invited here by me. Now I'll give you a choice. Either you plant a demonic seed in your body and turn into a demon, and you join me, or pick up the weapons in front of you. Bring out all the power you have in your entire life, and show me your beliefs. Yuan Shang raised the long spear in his hand and stood side by side with Duga Feng and Duga Sheng. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound came from behind them. A stooped old lady with white hair and a pair of eyes that were half covered by her eyelids appeared to be blind. Her face was covered with deep wrinkles, but she still had the air of an aristocrat. She held a jasper-like walking stick and her breath was unstable. She struggled to breathe and said, "Everyone, the martial world, the imperial court, and even the world will welcome a great calamity. The emperor's demonic arts have reached perfection. If we cannot stop him today, the world is destined to bleed, and the tragedy will be 10 times worse than the current chaotic world. This old man will drag this broken body to assassinate the demon emperor here. Dugu and Yuan clan have been fighting for many years, and I did not think that we would join hands to fight the enemy today. But today, I am afraid that the 3 of us will not be able to leave this place alive." Jing, who assassinated the Qin emperor, and the white rainbow pierced the sun. "Today, we will assassinate the tyrant Yangguang. Even if we die, we will encourage the righteous of the world to eliminate the demon and protect the righteous." Yuan Shang waved his long spear and laughed. What the 2 of them didn't expect was that an unarmed middle-aged man was also standing with them. Even the aloof Yangguang could not help but frown. "Shenguang, you also want to assassinate me?" The ordinary-looking Shenguang cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty has treated me with great kindness, and Shenguang wants to repay it with his life. But your Majesty's temperament has changed so much that I cannot help but be suspicious. Shenguang only wants to know if your Majesty is still the same your Majesty. If you are, even if your Majesty becomes a demon, Shenguang vows to follow your Majesty to kill these 3 traitors." "Shenguang, you don't know what's good for you," Dugu Sheng said angrily, but he was stopped by Yu Chuhong. She looked at Shenguang and sighed. "Flesh-flying, immortal Shenguang, back then you attacked Fu Kalen many times and forced him into a dead end. I already know that you are the strongest expert in the imperial court. This old woman and Yuan Shang are not as good as you. It is only because of your loyalty to Yangguang that you are despised by the world. But today is a war between humans and demons. Do you also want to stand on the side of Demon King Yangguang? If the Demon King is your Majesty, why not?" Shenguang sneered. "Or do I want to learn from you traitors and go against my superiors?" "Shenguang, step down for now. The 4 of you together will find it difficult to use each other's strength, and I will not be able to enjoy myself. Wait until I kill them in the palace, then I will talk to you." Yangguang felt a headache. "I did not expect that a tyrant like me would have someone loyal to me. But what if I am Yangguang? Or Primordial Sky, Demon Chenong? Am I still Yangguang?" Yangguang sighed. His mind could not help but be in a trance for a moment. The demon chi and demon flames surrounding his body, which had always been perfect, could not help but show a trace of weakness. Good chance. Yu Chu Hong's eyes lit up. Her body had already turned into a shadow and pounced forward. Chapter 330. The jasper staff in her hand was about 5 feet long and shaped like a bamboo branch. In Yu Chu Hong's hand, it was the best weapon to use for the cloaking staff technique. The cloaking staff technique was a unique skill created by Yu Chu Hong when she was 60 years old. It was different from the Tang Dynasty's martial art system. The true qi was mainly channeled through the 12 meridians and supplemented by the 8 meridians. It was the opposite of most of the inner qi that focused on the 8 meridians. Due to the imbalance between the 12 meridians and the 8 meridians, it injured the lung and kidney meridians. She almost suffered from qi deviation. Although she managed to save herself in time, there were still repercussions. But at this moment, Yu Chu Hong's spirit had reached a peak. That green bamboo stick seemed to be entrusted with all her spirit, faith, and even obsession. The Jinqi accumulated to the peak could even suppress her asthma. Genuine qi rolled in the 12 standard meridians, bringing along all the qi and blood in Yu Chu Hong's aged body. Following the wind, splitting staff technique, she flicked the jasper staff in a straight line. The momentum was swift and fierce. The flexible jasper staff trembled slightly. Not only did this round force not slow down the speed of the flick, but it also accumulated the force, making it even more unpredictable. The strike had the power to split mountains. But if Yang Guang dared to dodge, the slightly trembling jasper staff technique would twist like a spring. Mixed with the accumulated strength, it would twist and release an even more terrifying strike. But the opponent was Yang Guang. The fierce devil chi in Yang Guang's hand condensed into a sharp blade. He casually grabbed at Yu Chu Hong, who was rushing towards him. The power of the sky devil claw came out of his body. The 5 fingers carried a mysterious force that targeted at the human body. It was cold, suffocating, hot, poisonous, and moist. It carried the ferocity of evil chi and the corrosive invasion of devil chi. Combining the essence of evil, poison, disease, plague, and devil in the 5 ghosts' heavenly demon skill, it was like 5 ghosts appeared out of thin air and grabbed through Yu Chu Hong's body. The force of the claw carried her vital chi, genuine chi, and even her spirit out of her body. All that was left was a shell that stood rooted to the ground. The jasper staff in her hand flew out of her hand and fell to the ground 2 steps away from Yang Guang. "Grandma!" A clear female voice cried out in pain. Hearing this voice, Dugu Feng's expression changed greatly. Ignoring Dugu Sheng and Dugu Feng, he turned around and shouted, "Feng Er, run!" It was this 1 step's difference that allowed him to witness Dugu Sheng's body being pierced by the sky demon claw's remnant force before his very eyes, causing him to die a miserable death on the stage. There were even more experts rushing up from the courtyard. The guards acted as though they couldn't see them and allowed them to attack Yang Guang. Many experts from the aristocratic families attacked Yang Guang from the dragon platform. Fu Xuanzhu's assassination of Wang Liao was like a comet attacking the moon. Nie Zheng's assassination of Han Qiao was like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Yao Li's assassination of Qing Ji was like a hawk striking the palace hall. With the spirit of a common man, he held his sword up high in the hall and sprinkled his blood on the king's face, not forgetting the spirit of loyalty. There was an old man with a gray head, holding a scepter, using this old man's strength to strike Yang Guang's face. With Yuan Shang's righteous aura and unparalleled might, he ignited all of his power and unleashed the most resplendent attack of his life, the shooting star stab. Yang Guang's ferocious might stained the blue sky. In front of the remaining 100 officials and scholars, a fierce aura burst forth, and the sky demon claw's power surged. The scattered energy even pierced through the main hall and splashed in front of the 12 guards. On that day, 127 scholars were stained with blood. Yang Guang sat on the blood-red dragon throne. Under the invasion of the demonic aura, the blood around him had already turned into dust. Huang Chang and Tong Guan stood beside him. The main hall above his head had been pierced through by the sky demon claw, allowing the moonlight to shine directly on Yang Guang's body. At this moment, his consciousness was a little chaotic. In his mind, the memories belonging to Yang Guang were slowly fading away. Now, the last trace of sorrow had also dissipated. Looking at Yang Guang's clear eyes, Tong Guan bowed slightly. "Congratulations, Commander, for abandoning Yang Guang's distracting thoughts and returning." "Don't, I'm not Chenong. I don't know how many messy settings Yang Guang added to the Supreme Wang Qing scripture. When he inherited my consciousness, he also came into contact with the other 2 consciousnesses sealed in the mysterious universe. Although we worked together to trick him, we also messed up this new personality. I'm also very helpless." Yang Guang sighed. "Right now, this world is just a corner of a huge plane system. The main consciousness, Chenong, wants to use the mysterious universe as a carrier to hide from the surveillance laws of this space-time and smuggle into the core of the plane system. Meanwhile, the will of China wants to rebuild the Republic of China here, while Sardra's still wants to destroy and collapse everything. And it's hard for me, who carries their consciousnesses, not to go crazy. But fortunately, neither the will of China nor the main consciousness agrees with this social system. Inheriting the negative emotions of destruction from Sardra's, I can still unify them in certain aspects. That's how I was born, the primordial sky demon. I hate all the injustices in the world, hate the Buddhists, hate the aristocratic families, and try to destroy the old world and rebuild the new world in flames. I hope that everyone in the world is like a demon, enjoying life freely, playing freely, democracy, and equality. Yang Guang's eyes were deep, and the demonic aura around him became fierce again. He got up from the dragon throne and looked at the two generals beside him. From now on, don't call me governor. Now I am Yang Guang. Huang Cheng's eyes were a little hesitant. He opened his mouth a few times, but found it difficult to speak. Finally, he glanced at the ruins of the Sui assassination during the day and made up his mind. He asked Yang Guang, "Your Majesty, there's no need to be so urgent about unifying the world and rebuilding the divine continent. If you're so eager for quick success, I'm afraid you've killed too many people. This is a sin." Yang Guang glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and said with his hands behind his back, "Many of the people who died here can be considered as people with lofty ideals and outstanding talents. From each other's point of view, they are not at fault. It's just that their standpoints are different. In the process of destroying the old world, not only will we clean up those stupid sinners, but we will also destroy those relatively good things. But this is the inevitable price of the world's progress and rebuilding the world. I am the primordial sky demon. Not only can I bear the burden of all living beings, but I can also bear such sins." "Tong Guan!" Yang Guang suddenly ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." Tong Guan bowed his head. "Order the east and west depots. Spread the word that during the 15th Peony Flower Festival, the C.I. Hangjing House will look for a son of heaven among the heroes of the world who can be entrusted to the people. They will hand over the He's Jade and Yang Su's treasury. You don't have to care about the 8 sects and 10 societies of the world who are going to Luoyang. But for those who don't, kill them all." "Yes, Your Majesty," Tong Guan answered. Huang Chang hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty." "Bring some people to the Pegasus Farm and bring Lu Miaozi back. Take control of the entire Pegasus Farm. Then go to the Eastern Peak sect and take control of it. At the same time, you're responsible for building the force you lead. Search for skilled craftsmen in the world and fill the ranks of the craftsman supervisor." Chapter 331. Shen Guang narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Guang, who was standing in front of him. Although Yang Guang looked no different from before, his temperament and actions were no different from the muddle-headed ruler the people once spoke of. Shen Guang had personally witnessed him wiping out the ambitions of all the aristocratic families into Xing City in the main hall yesterday. The ferocity of his actions was hard to describe. The only explanation was that from that night onwards, everyone who had witnessed the entire scene with their own eyes had buried their little thoughts deeply. This was because they were certain that all of their schemes and plans would be crushed by this extremely tyrannical power. "We have heard a new rumor into Xing City. They say that we are a hidden expert of the demon sect, cruel and terrifying. They say that we have secretly killed Yang Guang and changed into his appearance to take over the world." Yang Guang walked in the palace, looking at the lake and the imperial garden with Shen Guang as he asked. His expression was extremely calm, but Shen Guang could hear a thick stench of blood from between the lines that were lacking in emotion. What a good herd! Even the 2 factories could hear this news. Then the people who spread this news, which was the them in Yang Guang's words, were probably now under the service of the 2 factories, crying and regretting their slip of the tongue. This official does not know if it is true or false. Shen Guang raised his head and looked at Yang Guang with a burning gaze. "I think Digofeng Yuanji and the others also do not dare to investigate the truth. In this Dixing City, the officials and aristocrats do not care about the truth. They are only afraid of Your Majesty's martial arts and the eyes and ears of the 2 factories, but this official cares. Eternal fame, but death is all it takes." In the main hall, there were more than 100 scholars who died defending righteousness. How would Shen Guang not dare to repay your majesty's kindness. Good, very good. Yang Guang laughed. Since you have this determination, how can I not satisfy you? He took a few steps forward and stood on a step. He turned his head and looked down at Shan Guang. Changing my appearance is naturally a laughable speculation, but to say that I am the Yang Guang of the past, it is also extremely laughable. Let me ask you, how can a person change into another person's appearance? It could be a substitution, a great change, or it could be someone else. However, Your Majesty is not one of the latter two, because no matter what kind of fusion you encounter, it is impossible for Your Majesty to completely change your temperament in such a short period of time, and it is even more impossible for you to attain such a high level of martial arts. Shan Guang took a step forward and said resolutely, Unless it's to change one's temperament, that's the price of mastering this martial art. Yang Guang chuckled. Have you ever tried to apply a spell on yourself, little by little, believing that he was another person, imagining his memories and emotions, experiencing his experiences, and completely immersing himself in forging another personality? At the same time, I erased my past emotions bit by bit, slaughtered my loved ones, and trampled on all the beautiful memories until they paled, until I became indifferent. This is the secret of my strength. Killing Yang Guang will cause the primordial demon to be reborn. Inside my body, Yang Guang and the primordial demon will become 1 inch. Minister Shin, there must be something in your heart that you can't forget, someone you care about greatly. If we destroy it, how would you feel? Excruciating pain. My heart is about to break. What if I let you try not to care? I can't do that. Yang Guang spoke in a low voice. I'll tell you how to do it. Remember the feeling of the person you love being destroyed. Then repeat it 10,000 times until you become numb to it. Then use a powerful mental secret technique to cleanse it over and over again, until all that's left is your memories and nothing else. Of course, you can also choose to entrust a strand of your obsession. This way, you'll have a good foundation, and on this foundation you can reforge a new you. If you polish it well enough, you can become anyone and possess his power. He returned to his calm gaze and asked softly, Now, do you think I'm Yang Guang? Shen Guang thought that he had nothing to fear, but now he still felt a chill run down his spine. The martial art that Yang Guang spoke of was much less bloody and cruel compared to the many demonic arts that he had seen before. But it was the cruelest, most evil, and most terrifying martial art that he knew of. The Tao Heart Demon Seed was like a child's play compared to it. Compared to it, the Sunflower Treasured Book was also less ferocious. This was because this martial art displayed its cruelty to oneself to the extreme. It was simply using a kind of extraordinary wisdom to erase and torture oneself, almost exhausting all the pain that humans could accept. Shin Guang was sweating profusely as he struggled. Tong Guan, eunuch Tong. He's also a person that I created using this martial art. You might be more familiar with his original form. It's that eunuch Wei beside me, Wei Lianxiang, those experts from the Eastern and Western depots. They're all the same. Didn't you notice that the number of eunuchs in the palace has decreased by so much? Yang Guang looked at Shen Guang, who was in a trance and had a ferocious expression, and added, They're just recipients, so they can't obtain the strongest power. Only those who truly dare to erase themselves can cultivate this martial art to the highest level. The number of people who have cultivated the revered Wang Qing chapter is equivalent to the number of revered one. I was lucky to obtain the inheritance of the primordial heavenly demon in the demonic stone, fuse with the heavenly demon, and achieve the primordial heavenly demon fruit. If others cultivated this martial art, they would eventually be erased and become the shell of the revered one. Shen Guang struggled between heaven and man, thinking about the 3 ultimate questions of humankind. Who was I? Where did I come from? Where was I going? This was an interrogation of the self, and it was a reflection of the self in the Buddhist scriptures, whether Yang Guang was still Yang Guang or not. Shenguang did not know how many times he had struggled with this question. In the absence of scientific help and definition, he could only resort to philosophy. Then he was completely lost. Is His Majesty still His Majesty? Am I still me? Shenguang exhausted his mental strength in just a few moments. Under the entanglement of true qi and spirit, his entire body was exhausted, and he was almost at the end of his rope. Of course, this was also related to the part of the revered one that Yangguang had given him. The final 3 questions of philosophy that carried the consciousness of Qinong was not only an extremely mysterious martial art that surpassed all the divine martial arts in Yangguang's memory, but it was also a scientific research result on human consciousness, soul, and self. However, in another important aspect, it was also extremely self-centered. It had reached the point where everyone, except for Qinong, would go crazy. Seeing that Shenguang's life potential was about to be exhausted, and at that time the best outcome would be to become a fool, Shenguang mustered a trace of clarity, and according to the method recorded in the Revered One, erased all traces and doubts about Yangguang and reconstructed himself. He almost collapsed to the ground and knelt before Yangguang. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Chapter 332. Walking under the palace, Yangguang admired the underground palace that had almost hollowed out the palace and the palace from a bystander's perspective. This was a 3-dimensional city. The palaces that were open to Yangguang's organization were like floating pavilions in the air, other than the specially reinforced foundations. Almost all of them were occupied by this city. Using this world's superb craftsmanship and mechanical skills, Yangguang controlled the demonic seeds and almost hollowed out the palace and the palace. The pavilions were on the ground, connected by bridges and cableways. The ground was extremely beautiful. On the basis of preserving the palace's splendor and beautiful gardens, the underground was hollowed out and reinforced with mechanical steel structures, creating a hollowed-out underground city. A large number of craftsmen were recruited to live and work here, creating a holy land of mechanical skills for Yangguang. The craftsmanship of the Sui dynasty has always been superb. Regardless of whether it's the 10 Linjiang palaces that Yuan Jiji built for me, or the eunuch Yang's treasury that Lu Miaozi built for Yangsu, they're all astonishing miracles in this era where science isn't as advanced. Let's not even talk about the 300 feet tall city walls of Luoyang and Daxing City, which are the epitome of the art of craftsmanship. It's not a problem to build a 100-meter tall city wall for the 2 capitals, which is equivalent to the height of a 33-story building 1,500 years from now. I've only dug a mere 2,700 kilometers of canal, and the world is already in flames. This is ridiculous. Hearing Yangguang's complaints, Huang Chang could only smile bitterly. "Your Majesty, the Jingheng Canal will benefit for generations to come. It connects the north and the south and is the foundation for the unification of China. It will definitely prosper for the next 500 years. It will be the foundation for the prosperity of the south and the foundation for the unification of the north." Yangguang turned his head and looked at him. "Do you think I don't know all this? Do I need a Song Dynasty person to tell me?" Huang Chang could only continue to smile bitterly. After all, in the world I was born in, the Sui and Tang dynasties did not have such high-level mechanical skills. I heard that the Jingyan Palace and the War God Temple are the greatest works of mechanical skills in the world. They are so mysterious that I dare not even think about it. Therefore, the old theories about the Sui and Tang dynasties in my hometown might not be the same as this world. The similarity in history is probably the will of the heavens, a world where eyeballs can be swapped at what might not be that normal. Yangguang said lightly. Huang Chang might be shocked by this, but Yangguang was not. He was someone who had seen the world. Although he had never seen the legendary Jingyan Palace that moved according to the orbit of the stars in the sky, he knew how to build a spaceship the size of a planet. Naturally, he did not care about this. However, his main consciousness warned him not to directly use the technology in his memory. It was as if he was hiding from something. That was why he had no choice but to combine it with the local mechanical techniques of this world to realize some of his ideas. Leading the way, Huangchang explained, "In the past few years, the Sui dynasty has been busy with construction. They built palaces, dug the canal for more than 10 years, and made several siege mechanisms. As a result, there are many craftsmen in the court who are skilled in the art of engineering. In addition, His Majesty helped a large number of imprisoned criminals and rebel prisoners reconstruct themselves under the sky devil soul devouring, allowing them to be reborn as people proficient in science. The combination of the two greatly expanded the study of mechanisms. Smelting, forging, construction, power, mechanics, chemistry, physics, and engineering advanced rapidly. Only electricity did not meet the requirements. Capture another batch of rebel soldiers. There is nothing in this world that is not enough, but we have a lot of people. Even if we have to electrocute the last Wagong rebel soldier, we must complete the electrical core and power system," Yang Guang ordered. "Now we can use water power to generate electricity, and it can also drive 5-horsepower motors. However, it will take a few more years to combine it with the art of engineering. The scale of electricity is already enough, and we can conduct small-scale electrolysis of aluminum. The smelting of steel is also on the right track," Huang Chang quickly reported. Yang Guang interrupted him and said, "Control the speed of scientific investment, mainly to help this world's mechanical techniques, summarize the principles and provide ideas. We must not lead its development, lest we attract the attention of the god and ruin my plans. Yes, that is why I have not dared to mass-produce firearms," Huang Chang reported. Yang Guang arrived in front of a complicated building. This place was heavily guarded, with eunuchs from the East and West faction guards everywhere. There was also a group of demonized 12 guards guarding this place. However, with Yang Guang's identity, he could easily enter. Inside was an ordinary forging and processing room. Perhaps in other places, there would be a shocking number of mechanisms and machines. But in this room, it was nothing more than a normal scene. Only on a high platform in the center of the side chamber was something different. It was a huge gauntlet that was twice the size of a normal person's arm. It was made up of countless parts and machinery. It was completely blood red and emitted a shocking amount of heat. Yang Guang touched the surface of the gauntlet. It was as if the heat that could melt gold and corrode iron was blocked by the demonic qi, but it was enough for him to feel the lethality. Yang Guang stuffed his right arm into the gauntlet. He could feel the relatively warm temperature inside and the mechanical structure that was very close to his muscles. He moved closer to take a look at this mechanical artwork. The harmonious components formed a perfect whole. When he circulated his qi, he could even control the burning power on the surface of the gauntlet, mixing it into a burning hot qi. What a divine weapon! Yang Guang sighed. Ingenious workmanship. He raised his right hand and felt the smooth movement of the gauntlet. To be able to achieve such results from combining qi and machinery, it is already very good. Yang Guang stretched out his right arm and poured demonic qi into his right hand. A terrifying corrosive power immediately wrapped around the gauntlet. If there is an internal martial artist with a burning qi attribute who wields this divine weapon. Yang Guang glanced at Huang Chang. He tactfully told him the name of the weapon, Iron Smelting Hand. Yes, with this iron smelting hand, you will be able to fight against top-class martial artists. Even the evil king and empress, Yin, will not be a problem. Although you cannot win, it will be difficult for you to lose. If you create another martial art to complement it, it will not be difficult for you to start a sect. But Yang Guang's tone suddenly became fierce. Do I want these pieces of trash? He clenched his fist slightly. The gauntlet, made of many precious alloys, made a cracking sound in his palm. With Yang Guang's clench, a powerful divine weapon shattered into countless pieces. Get your thoughts away from divine weapons and get out of here. I do not need great power. There is no power in this world that can be stronger than me. Use the path of mechanisms to explore the mysteries of heaven and earth. Realize all kinds of abilities that can and cannot be done with true chi. That is your goal. For example, flying, controlling water and fire, or resisting 1,000 caddies. I would rather you give me a strange thing with a fuel injection tube that allows people to control fire with true chi than to give me this stupid thing, Yang Guang said coldly. Chapter 333. Jingyan Monastery was hidden deep in the forest. Even though only a few palaces and pavilions could be seen from afar, only when one got closer would one realize that there were more than 100 buildings inside. It was like a small city that was incredibly vast. The palaces were made of 5-colored glaze, and they looked magnificent and beautiful. When the sun shone on them, they shone with a glazed luster. It gave off the feeling of the 7 treasures of pure land of bliss and the essence of all living things. There were 7 palaces on the central axis, and one of them was a small hall made of pure copper. In front of the copper hall was a square that was 1,000 feet wide and was made of white stones. At this time, on the square, there were 2 groups of soldier monks. One group sat cross-legged around the copper palace, and the other stood in front of a large hall behind the copper palace. Each group had about 100 people, and all of them were strong martial arts masters with deep breaths. In the hall, only Zen Master Liao Kong and the 4 Vajras were sitting under the golden Buddha statues. Their expressions were unusually solemn. In front of them were a few guests who were not dressed like monks. Among them, 2 young men were the most eye-catching. Their faces still looked childish, and they were dressed in rags. However, their eyes that shone with wisdom and cunning were exceptionally clear. Benefactor Ko, Benefactor Su, Benefactor Bafong, and Benefactor Dugu. Zen Master is skilled in silent meditation, so it's inconvenient for him to speak. Wu Chun pressed his palms together and said to the others, "The 2 holy monks, Tiantai Sect's Master Wisdom and Huatai Sect's Emperor's Heart, have asked all of you to come here because they want to ask you something." Kwa Zhong said angrily, "Monk, don't you want to meditate and meditate as a monk, and you want to know about Eunuch Yang's warehouse from us? But you don't know that Eunuch Yang's warehouse is far away in Yangzhou. You almost King missed it by bringing us to Luoyang." Wu Qin did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only chant a Buddhist name and say, "Benefactor Ko, you're being too serious. Eunuch Yang's warehouse has nothing to do with us otherworldly people." A haggard woman dressed in a white linen robe cast a cold glance at Kwajong and said coldly, "The eminent monks of Jingyan Monastery have boundless dharma, and they live a peaceful life. Why would they care about Eunuch Yang's warehouse? Only the boorish people from the countryside who are short-sighted will always be on guard against them." When she first spoke, Kwajong was dazzled by her beauty, but when he heard what she said later, he jumped up in anger. "You look down on money? Let me tell you, money is the best thing in the world. This golden Buddha main hall, this ancient temple, the silk kasaya those monks are wearing, the fine linen that you are wearing. Which one of them doesn't need money? Aren't you looking down on us because we don't have money?" Kwa Zhong dragged Su Jiling up and patted his chest. "If my brother wasn't wearing rags made of coarse cloth, would you dare to call him a boorish person from the countryside?" Dugu Fong couldn't help but raise her head to refute, but when she looked carefully, she discovered that under the tattered clothes that she had been unwilling to look at, the 2 youths' appearances were peerless. The places that the clothes could not cover, their bodies were well proportioned, their faces were handsome, and they had an outstanding temperament. One was elegant and natural, while the other was cynical and disdainful. Seriously speaking, none of the young masters from the aristocratic families in Daxing City could compare to them. Dugu Fong hesitated and did not speak, but Ko Chong sneered. "Jingyan Monastery? What eminent monks! Let me tell you, when I was a hooligan in Yangzhou, I didn't even have enough to eat, and I had to rely on Sister Zhen to help me. It was difficult for me to survive. The temples here and the bronze bodhisattvas and arhats are enough for the entire Yongzhou to eat for more than 30 years. Is this what they mean by being compassionate and caring for the world means? He raised his leg and kicked the bronze incense burner beside him. Perhaps the flying smoke and dust blurred his vision, but his eyes turned red. Eminent monks! He looked at Dugu Feng's delicate face and spat. Eunuch Yang's warehouse can build countless temples and burn countless incense, but the monks are not moved. Even bodhisattvas would be moved. Little Zhong. Su Jilin hurriedly pulled on his sleeve. Ko Zhong had guessed that the monks still had some dignity, and it would be hard for them to do anything if they caused a commotion. Now that Su Jilin pulled him back, he came back to his senses. If he let himself be, he might cause a commotion. Hence, he quickly used the excuse to get out of the embarrassing situation to prevent the monks from flying into a rage and killing them here. Wu Qin put his palms together and sighed. The beautiful temples are only to show the Buddha's might and enlighten the foolish people in the world to become Buddhists. We monks are all ascetic cultivators, and we don't dare to indulge in extravagance. The world is in chaos, and even if the Buddhists have a compassionate heart, they are also people who have secluded themselves from the world. When the Son of Heaven is born, we will naturally give up our wealth to help the world. If the Son of Heaven needs this gold Buddha and bronze gong man, you can give it to him. Even my body can be entrusted to him. Amitabha. Dugu Feng, Ouyang Shi, and the rest of the righteous cultivators behind her put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Dugu Feng even bowed and said, Zen Master is merciful. Senior Brother Wu Qin is merciful. She even glared at Ko Zhong. Ko Zhong originally did not want to say anything, but when he saw Dugu Feng's reaction, he felt that she was very despicable. He could not help but interrupt. After the Son of Heaven ascends to the throne, he will give you land and land with 10 times the compensation. It would be best if there will be another Emperor Liang and give the world to you. I will also give Eunuch Yang's treasury to such a Son of Heaven. Let's see if he will bestow us brothers with high positions. He patted his chest and said, By then I will be the great general, young Masterling will be the great chancellor, and we will get 2 more Eunuch Yang's treasury. You. Dugu Feng was furious, and a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. She wanted to teach this brat a lesson. However, Wu Chun pressed down lightly in the air, and a gentle force landed on her body, stopping her from making a move. Wu Qin said, Almsgiver Ko does not have any ill intentions. What you said was indeed a misunderstanding of us by outsiders, and it's not your fault that we didn't know. Female almsgiver Dugu, please show mercy. If it weren't for Elder Wu Chen's face, Dugu Feng threatened as she slowly sat down. Wu Qin then said to Ko Chong, Buddhism's good deeds are based on the heart, and there are no traces. When there is compassion, there will be retribution. When the wind blows, the flags move, and the hearts are moved. We just need to know that. Today, I have invited you here because of the death of your godfather, Du Fui. It has nothing to do with Eunuch Yang's treasury, so please forgive him. Su Jilin nodded his head lightly. He pulled Ko Chong's hand and said, Master, you're being too serious. That Du Fui is not our godfather, but he forced us to kidnap him, and we had no choice. That day, because of Eunuch Yang's treasury, he kidnapped us in Danyang County. When we arrived at Exan County City, we were targeted by a white-faced man in embroidered clothes. Ko Chong smiled and added, I still remember when Du Fui saw those clothes, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He did not even care about the 2 of us and wanted to escape. Dugu Feng suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Donchang Fanzi! Once she said that, the whole hall felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. To be continued. 8. Chapter 334. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Wu Qin and Liao Kong looked at each other and placed their palms together as they chanted the name of Buddha. Ko Chong looked at their reactions and could not help but feel curious. He asked while gesticulating, Who are those Eastern faction guards? Why are you acting the same as Dufaway when you hear about them? You don't even dare to breathe loudly. Could it be that they are more powerful than the 3 masters and the 8 experts of the demonic sect? Shut up. Who allowed you to speak of them like that? They are nothing but clowns. What's the point of talking about them? Dugu Feng stuttered. She suddenly realized that Ko Zhong had witnessed Dufaway's death. How could he not know what the Eastern faction guards represented? Her face was flushed with anger, and her right hand was about to press on the long sword at her waist. My sins, my sins! Wu Qin chanted the name of Buddha, and it shook Ko Zhong and Dugu Feng's minds like a huge bell. After startling them, he sighed and said, Almsgiver Ko, you haven't understood the changes during this period of time. So you don't know that the Eastern faction guards and the Western faction guards are the 2 fiercest and cruelest dogs under Yangguang. They have harmed countless righteous people. The foreigners you saw are their eyes and ears all over the world. Every one of their martial arts is unfathomable, and I can't guarantee that I can keep them here. I expected Dufaway to be afraid of being entangled by these foreigners, so he dragged him to the Eastern faction guard's commander. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape. Ko Zhong was shocked. You're saying that the strange man is just a commander of the Eastern faction guards? Wu Qin nodded silently. That's terrifying. I think Dufaway won't last more than 3 moves against him, and he's the leader of the world's 3rd largest volunteer army. Yangguang, that incapable emperor. Can he possibly turn the tide? But that's not bad either. At least the imperial court is better than those volunteer armies who treat human lives like grass. As soon as Ko Zhong said this, he saw everyone glaring at him angrily. Yangguang will be punished by heaven for his perverse acts. Dugu Feng slammed the table and stood up. Wu Qin gestured. Benefactor Ko, please tell us the details. Kwa Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. This time he did not dare say anything, so he explained. Dufaway had just brought us out of Exin. He was going to hand us over to his subordinates. But when he pushed open the door to the courtyard, he only saw a strange man with 6 foreigners. The rest of them were gone. Dufaway didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Young Masterling and I hid in the house and only saw him waving his sleeves around. We couldn't even see his shadow. However, I could hear 2 sharp sounds of wind, just like thunder. Su Jiling saw that he was speaking mysteriously, but he was not going to get to the key point, so he could only add on for him. Sleeve universe. Dugu Feng said in a daze. When Wu Qin saw how confused the 2 of them were, he explained to them, Universe in the sleeve is Dufaway's nickname. Later on, it was used to describe his superb fist technique, like the universe in the sleeve. Eventually, it became the name of this set of martial arts. That sound of thunder was probably the wind of the fist hidden in the universe in the sleeve. Dufaway's fist technique is superb. It's not inferior to Yu Wenhua's. In fact, it's even better. Yet, such martial arts couldn't even block 3 moves from a Baihu from the East faction guards? Dugu Feng said sadly. She turned around to look at Kwa Zhong and asked, Did you see how he died? Kwa Zhong saw that her expression was miserable and confused. It made his heart ache, so he did not bother to argue with her. We saw a ray of light in front of us and a sound. That ray of light suddenly appeared from the sky, full of sleeve shadows. It was like lightning with a thin red mist. That sound was like the crisp sound of metal pieces colliding. After they left, when Yiling and I went to check, we only found this. Kwa Zhong took out a ring-shaped piece of metal. When Wu Qin took it in his hands, he realized that it was half of a handguard that had been split open. The handguard was made of fine iron, and it had a strange style. It seemed like it could shrink. However, there was a neat cut that split it diagonally. Only a small part of it was left, and there were faint traces of blood on it. Wu Qin gently touched the cut on the handguard and exclaimed, It's the seamless saber technique. The moment he said that, everyone went into an uproar. Ouyang Shi continued, I wonder which of Lu Jin, Chao Hua-chan, or Wang Ji went. To be able to split open this handguard in the second move, you must know that the saber is only 3 fingers wide and as thin as a cicada's wing. It sliced through metal as if it was nothing, and Du Fei couldn't block it at all. No wonder he lost his life in the third move. With the Jianghuai army annihilated, the prestige of that muddle-headed ruler, Yang Guang, is even more unstoppable. His words were mournful, as though he was in despair. That weirdo seems to be called Wang Ji. Zhong pondered. I heard others calling him Lord Wang, and I thought it was Lord Dog. But what kind of martial technique is the seamless saber technique? He was filled with curiosity about the pugilistic world. Ouyang Shi sighed. It's a secret martial technique of the East faction guards, and only Bai Hu and above can practice it. Seamless refers to the essence of the saber technique. To use the seamless saber technique to penetrate into the enemy's weak points. In their eyes, our martial arts are like cattle waiting to be slaughtered, but they have no eyes and use the seamless saber technique to penetrate into our martial arts and take our lives. Seamless means that the saber technique is as terrifying as seamless hell. It also refers to the movement technique hidden in this saber technique. Not on this shore, not on the other shore, not in the middle. Seamless movement. Amit Ba. Wu Chen placed the handguard on his knees and sighed with his eyes closed. Benefactor Du's death was not unjust. Even this poor monk did not dare to face that saber head-on. Benefactor Du forcefully received it with the heaven and earth in the sleeve and only broke the handguard. Benefactor Du's hands must have been injured by the saber aura, which was why he revealed a weak point and was... Wu Qin almost couldn't continue. Ouyang Shi even cried, how can the heavens be indifferent to the people of the world? Yang Guang oppresses the world. Within the 9 states and 4 seas, which righteous cultivator can stop him? Buddha is merciful. Who gave birth to Yang Guang? Who gave birth to Yang Guang? Du Gufeng's eyes were red. She pulled out her sword and said angrily, what is there to fear about Yang Guang? It's just death. He can kill Du Fei, my grandmother, and me, but can he kill the righteous hearts of the people of the world? She turned to look at the 2 youths and asked, say, in this world, is there anyone who doesn't want to kill Yang Guang? Ko Zhong was shocked by her heroic spirit and said foolishly, I think so. As long as we can live, it's better to avoid trouble. He felt the tip of Du Gufeng's sword against his chest and hurriedly changed his words. The world has suffered for a long time with Yang Guang gnashing their teeth and wishing they could kill the muddle-headed ruler. Our poor mother died in Yang Guang's hands. Thinking of Fu Jinyi, his eyes couldn't help but turn red, and a sense of mutual hatred arose. To be continued. Chapter 335. Yang Guang. Kwa Zhong murmured this well-known name softly. It was also a shadow in everyone's heart that could not be erased. When my mother assassinated Yang Guang, she didn't mention that this incapable ruler was so powerful. Kwa Zhong was puzzled. I thought he could only order Yu Huagu around. I didn't expect him to have so many experts under him. If it was that Lord Wang who chased us, Shaoling and I would have died. Yu Huagu is also dead. Du Gufeng said indifferently. What? Kwa Zhong and Su Jiling exclaimed at the same time. Kwa Zhong said in disbelief. Isn't bone transformation old thief Yang Guang's most trusted lackey? How did he die so easily? Everyone knows Yu Huagu's heart. That incapable ruler seems to rely on him on the surface. But when the time comes, he is more ruthless than anyone else. That day, when the imperial court was in chaos, Yu Huagu was the first to assassinate the incapable ruler and was killed by Shi Chanyu, Huatian. I saw it with my own eyes. Du Gufeng recalled what happened that day, and her cold expression cracked a little, revealing her vulnerability and uneasiness. Kwa Zhong could not take his eyes off her. Master Wu Qin sighed. My condolences, benefactor. Bone transformation old thief is also dead. I was planning to practice martial arts to avenge my mother, but he failed to live up to expectations and died first. This makes our hearts feel empty." Kwajong touched his chest and said in a daze. Dugu Feng turned to Wu Qin and said, "Master, I'm the only one who has seen Yangguang fight. I believe Master Daoxin asked me to come here to tell you how terrifying Yangguang is. Now that the righteous sects of the world are in a precarious situation, Yangguang and his lackeys are forcing the people of the world to live in fear and arrogance. Master and the eminent monks of the tranquil thought Zen sect, please take care of yourselves and avoid Yangguang for the time being. I heard that the 3 masters with the highest martial arts in the world are Ning Daoqi, by Xian and our grandmaster, Fu Keilin. Even they are no match for Yangguang?" Su Jiling asked in surprise. Dugu Feng looked up at them with a strange light in her eyes. She sneered. "From what I can see, the difference in their martial arts can be said to be a world of difference." Oh. Ouyangxi was puzzled, but in an instant he came to a realization and answered, "Yangguang is the emperor after all. He has elite soldiers and experts from the 2 factories protecting him. It's reasonable that the 3 great grandmasters can't do anything to him. I'm talking about the difference between the martial arts of the 3 grandmasters and that muddle-headed ruler. Yangguang is the sky, they are the earth." Dugu Feng's words caused an uproar in the hall. Even Wu Qin couldn't help but ask, "Benefactor Dugu, is what you said true?" Another Ouyangxi said in a trembling voice, "Miss Feng, you have never seen the 3 great grandmasters fight. How can you be so sure?" Kwajong and Su Jiling watched as the righteous and influential people trembled, and they found it rather funny. Dugu Feng looked around, stood up, and said, "I have never seen the 3 great grandmasters fight at full strength, but my grandmother has. She said that there are a few people in the world whose martial arts are not inferior to the 3 great grandmasters, and Song Ke of Southridge can be considered one of them. 20 years ago he might have been lacking, but after 20 years of training in saber wedding hall, Song Ke's saber technique has become even more terrifying than Ning Daoqi's martial arts." When they heard that it was Yu Chuhong's evaluation, everyone fell silent. Yu Chuhong's seniority was great, and she had a lot of experience. She could be considered one of the best in the Chinese world of martial artists, and her evaluation would naturally not be false. Shi Jixuan can be considered one of them after he gets rid of the hidden problems in his martial arts. The 4 holy monks can also be considered one of them when they work together. There are also some Taoists and Buddhists who live in seclusion. They are mysterious and unfathomable, and it's difficult to gauge their strength. But among the elites who are second only to the great grandmasters, my grandmother ignored her hidden illness and attacked at full strength. She can be considered one of them, and Yuan Shang can be considered one of them. They are not weaker than Empress Yin Jiyan and the previous successor of Kind Boathouse. But the 2 of them attacked at the speed of lightning and gathered their strength in one strike. To Yangguang, they are just useless. They can't even withstand a single blow. When Dugu Feng said this, her voice was already whimpering. She sucked in a deep breath and said, "Seniors, it's not that I'm afraid of Yangguang's demonic might and want to speak up for him. It's just that he is indeed the most terrifying enemy of the righteous path in history. I suspect that Yangguang might already be able to shatter space. There are rumors in Daxing City that Yangguang is the reincarnation of the primordial heavenly demon who was killed by Nuwa and turned into a sky demonic stone. This might be nonsense, but it's not impossible for us to use this to test how great Yangguang's martial arts are." Liao Kong placed a hand on Wu Chen's shoulder and calmed his uneasy heart. He tapped the wooden fish in his hand gently and pulled everyone out of the mysterious and despairing atmosphere Dugu Feng had created with her words. It was only then that Dugu Feng got rid of the demonic shadow in her heart. She bowed to Monk Liao Kong and said, "Thank you for enlightening me, Monk Liao Kong. Ever since that day, Yangguang's shadow has been lingering in my mind, and this happens often. Wu Chun returned the greeting and replied, Benefactor Dugu, I'm afraid you've already fallen into an illusion created by Yang Guang. My Buddhist sect has some knowledge of this kind of martial arts. Legend has it that the Tantric sect has a technique that can pull people into 3 reincarnations. Yang Guang might know this technique as well. Monk Liao Kong, please descend this time and let the monks of the Buddhist sect chant scriptures and pray for you. In about 10 days, the demon in your heart will be removed. Dugu Feng gladly accepted Wu Chen's good intentions. Wu Chen turned to Ba Feng Han and asked in a deep voice, This time I've invited Benefactor Ba Feng Han here to ask about the cause of Tai Lei's flying eagle Chu Ao's death. You've guessed correctly. He probably died at the hands of the East Faction guards. Ba Feng Han replied coldly. He was supposed to have a duel with me, but a month ago he suddenly broke his promise and went to the Great Sway. I wanted to find out what happened. I didn't expect to follow his trail all the way to Jinling and escape into the Steel Cavalry Association. The Steel Cavalry Association is actually in cahoots with Tai Lei. Wu Qin asked in surprise. That's right. The leader of the Steel Cavalry Association, young Master Rin, is Chu Ao's son. His original name is Young Master Chu. He must have a motive for hiding in the Central Plains. Unfortunately, this time, Chu Ao wasn't here to conspire with the Steel Cavalry Association, but to protect his son's life. In the end, he even lost his life, Ba Feng Han said. No wonder, no wonder. Wu Chen's expression was a little dazed, as if he was recalling some things about the Steel Cavalry Association. He quickly regained his senses. The Steel Cavalry Association is plotting against us. We can't let them live. It's too late. The people of the Steel Cavalry Association are all dead. Those who didn't die have already fallen into the hands of the Great Sway Imperial Court. Ba Feng Han raised his eyes. The East Faction guards didn't ambush young Master Rin. They directly killed their way into the Steel Cavalry Association. Those who dared to resist were all killed. As for the Steel Cavalry Association's ordinary members and businesses, they have all fallen into the hands of the Great Sway Imperial Court. I heard from the eunuch that this is called nationalization. To be continued. 8. Chapter 336. Ouyang Shi sighed. Chu Ao created the 9 transformations of condensing reality and had them move 13 flying eagle strikes. He was also a peerless master from the outside world. I have also heard of his son, young Master Rin. His martial arts are no less than his father's. Adding on the Steel Cavalry Association's evil monk and beautiful nun, they were unable to stop the Eastern Faction guards in their lair at Jinling. It is really hard to accept. He asked doubtfully, Do you know which commander of the 2 faction guards did it? I don't know that person, but Chu Ao was killed by him with a heavy blow to his chest. Young Master Rin was knocked back by the meteor hammer and smashed himself to death. The evil monk and beautiful nun joined forces to attack him, but they were stabbed in the back by his leg technique. The force passed through their bodies and crushed their internal organs. Although we couldn't examine the body, that person's martial arts are really unparalleled. He is also proficient in Yin cold and dry hot qi. Ouyang Shi and Master Wu Qin looked at each other, not knowing who this person was. They could only sigh. The Eastern and Western faction guards are really full of masters. The common people are suffering. It's Chao Rin Chao, Dugu Feng suddenly said. My father told me that he is the one in charge of monitoring the Dugu organization. The underworld cold palm and the burning leg technique are his unique skills. In the 2 factions, no one else can practice them. That day, my father endured humiliation to protect the Dugu organization. It was him who came to my house to clean up and killed 12 of my guests. He came and went with just 1 palm, but no one could stop him. He pressed down with all 4 limbs, crushing all the muscles and bones. The Eastern and Western faction guards are full of masters. That day in the main hall, there were 14 or 15 people standing at the same level as Yu Huatian, Wang Ji, Chao Huachan, and Chao Renchao. Not to mention the 2 faction guards supervisors, Tongguan. As the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. Is the time for the Tao to decline and the devil to rise again? Ouyang Shi could not help but sigh. At this time, Quozhong suddenly interrupted them and pointed to the door. Did you notice that the surroundings are a little strange? When we first entered the hall, the monks in the vicinity might have been quiet, but it wasn't as if there weren't any human voices in the distance. But now, there isn't even the sound of birds and beasts. Quozhong's eyes and ears had sharpened after he cultivated the longevity formula. He noticed that something was amiss. Jingyan Monastery was located in the forest. Furthermore, monks did not kill birds and beasts. Even hunters did not kill nearby out of respect. Therefore, there were many wild animals nearby. Now, there were no birds or beasts. It was clearly abnormal. Impossible. There are 300 monk soldiers from Jingyan Zen Monastery protecting us nearby. Not even a fly can fly in. How could someone finish them off silently? Ouyang, she exclaimed. However, he saw Monk Lukong standing up with a solemn expression. Although the main hall and the square were only separated by a flimsy wooden door, the people in this small space felt a little relieved. Then they held their breath and looked at the door as if they were looking at a ghost. Liao Kong waved his hand and asked them to retreat to a hidden place. He opened the door himself. In the distance, the monk soldiers in dark yellow robes faced the main hall and stood in 2 neat rows. Dugu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It looks like we were overthinking. However, the expressions of the people beside her turned unprecedentedly solemn. Quozhong whispered, "Stupid worm, if there's really no problem, why are those monks facing us? If they want to be on guard, shouldn't they be facing behind them?" Dugu Feng could not be bothered with Quozhong's derogatory remarks. She looked out of the hall in horror. Indeed, the monk soldiers in the square stiffened, their faces filled with fear. Wuchen took a step forward and roared angrily at the bronze hall in the square. "Where did you come from, friend? How dare you enter my Jingyan monastery as a guest without informing the owner? If you have not offended us in any way, can you release the monks? This penniless monk is willing to go with you. All lands under the heavens belong to the king. In the eyes of our East Military Order, every place is our home. You foreign monk, you have illegally built a religious site here, occupied the land, bewitched the hearts of the people, and cheated the believers of their money. The amount is especially huge, and the effects are especially bad. Therefore, the Minister of Internal Affairs has ordered you to move out within 10 days. I never expected you to resist." A thin, beardless man with a sinister face walked out from behind the monk soldiers and berated them. "Nonsense." Wu Qi, who was behind Wuchen, said angrily, "This is a quiet place. Jingyan Monastery has been here for 100 years. The land deeds and seals are all complete. Furthermore, no one has ever informed us that we are moving." He struck the monk staff in his hand heavily, cracking the bluestone pavement on the ground. "We don't care how the previous dynasty occupied this place, but today your land deeds were obtained through bribery. You have even illegally expanded by more than 1,000 mu. Now that the matter has been exposed, please come with us. As for the notification, it might have been delayed by the local authorities. This is a common occurrence, but the East Military Order doesn't care about that. This time the Minister of Internal Affairs has reported to the supervisor and ordered us to forcefully demolish this monastery. The Son of Heaven has already ordered to review the property rights and religious rights of all the temples in the world. After the Nanbei dynasty, all of them will be forcefully demolished, except for those specially approved. The temples of the barbarians cannot be taken by the Han. Those who oppose the Sui dynasty and the Han dynasty are all evil cults and must be eradicated. The eunuch cast a cold glance at the monk soldiers standing beside him and sneered. Furthermore, You have even privately armed yourselves." He patted the monk soldier's sturdy chest and said loudly, "This physique, this body, is it something that can be grown from vegetables and tofu? I even found more than 50 pigs in the back kitchen of your monastery, and there was even lard and pork. You are really fake monks. You are really bandits. There is no such thing as a monk not eating meat. We just don't eat spicy food." Wu Qin tried to explain. "The Minister of Internal Affairs has decreed that anyone who kills, eats meat will be expelled from the monastic register. Anyone who occupies land and uses metal to create Buddha statues will be considered as a supervised monastery. Anyone who fails to pass the examination to become a monk will have their taxes increased by 3 levels, and their entire family will be heavily taxed. Anyone who donates to the monastery will be charged a 90% charity tax by the imperial court. Only those who farm themselves, and each person occupies less than 30 mu of land, are recognized as monks by the imperial court. Of course, to encourage the development of Buddhism, the imperial court will subsidize every eminent monk and even grant them a degree. Every year, 500 stones. As for the degree examination, it's very simple. One must be able to recite the Tripitaka Sutra, be proficient in Sanskrit, and pass the 13 examinations of music, poetry, scripture interpretation, recitation, meditation, and asceticism. Therefore, the imperial court has the final say on who is a monk and who is an eminent monk." After hearing his words, even Liao Kong, who had the best temper, was so angry that his face turned purple. Before they could get angry, they heard the eunuch sneer again and say, "By the way, that's the treatment of the other monasteries in the world. The Jingyan Zen sect has been found to have illegally occupied and hidden the national treasure, the Heshabi, together with the Tsihong Quiet House. The impact is especially great, and their behavior is very bad. They have been handed over to the East faction guards for interrogation." He shouted sternly, "Everyone here, come with us." Before he finished speaking, the row of monk soldiers stretched out a spring embroidery knife and placed it under the monks' necks. In the entire Jingyan Zen monastery, except for the people in the main hall, everyone else was held hostage by the East faction guards behind them. Also, in order to prevent monks from breaking the precepts, His Majesty has specially approved a kind of oil, cottonseed oil. When our colleagues who went to the Western region and India return, I guarantee that all of you will be able to eat oil. You will no longer have to worry about breaking the precepts. Chapter 337. Master Wu Qin was so angry that his face turned green. Although he did not know what the cottonseed oil that the eunuch mentioned was, he knew that it was nothing good. However, for the sake of all the monks in the monastery, he had no choice but to tolerate it. Jingyan Monastery had a noble status in the pugilistic world. It had never suffered such humiliation. If not for Zen Master Liakong being behind him, he would have already flared up. However, when he heard the words he jade, he could not help but turn pale even though he was well educated. Even Zen Master Liakong, who had been quiet all this while, could not help but grip the staff in his hand tightly. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Kuazhong and Su Jilin were still in the mood to whisper. So the he jade that mother mentioned is here. However, the monks are unlucky this time. Yangguang knows that the he jade is here. A man's wealth is his own ruin. He seems to be talking about the he jade. The he jade is a treasure of destiny. Jingyan Monastery actually dared to possess it privately. This is a capital crime. No emperor will let them off. Su Jilin sighed. Kuazhong came to a realization. Originally, they thought that Yangguang was still an incompetent ruler. Even if he knew that the he jade was in their hands, he could not do anything to the group of monks. In the end, Yangguang changed and led the East and West faction to kill all the disobedient officials in the world. This item rotted in his hands, resulting in such a terrible disaster. Zen Master, leave quickly. Wu Qin suddenly said, "Let us stop them first." Zen Master, take the he jade and leave this place quickly. Amitabha, A Buddhist proclamation shook the entire hall. It was Liakong, who had cultivated silent meditation, who spoke personally. Zen Master, Wu Qin, silent meditation is to calm your mind. Now that your mind is no longer calm, what's the use? Liakong said in a low voice. His voice was like jade colliding, clanging loudly. The two factions have already made arrangements. This place is completely surrounded. All the monks of Jingyan Monastery have fallen into the enemy's hands. What's the use of me escaping alone? He turned to Quizhong and Su Jiling and said, "It's a pity that I've implicated all of you. Benefactors, other than the He Sure Bai, what Yangguang wanted the most were the two big secrets in your hands. The art of longevity and Eunuch Yang's warehouse are things that the incapable ruler is determined to obtain. I originally wanted to bring the two of you here to protect them and prevent them from falling into Yang Guang's hands. But who knew that we would end up dragging you down? I overestimated Zen Monastery Jingyan. I never expected the strength of the eastern and western factories to be so terrifying. The monastery couldn't even withstand them for a moment." Liao Jiling forced his voice into a straight line and whispered, "Behind the golden Buddha statue in the main hall, there is a secret passage that leads straight to the back of the mountain. Benefactors, please take Lady Degu and leave first. I will once again stop the East faction guards and buy you some time." Then Su Jiling suddenly felt something hard in his hand. He guessed that this should be the Heshabi. "Benefactor, take the Heshabi with you. You mustn't use your martial arts. When you reach the secret passage, bury this thing anywhere on the ground, and then activate the mechanism to destroy the entire secret passage, burying it under millions of kilograms of soil and stones. In the future, when a wise master is born, he will come here to excavate." With that, he took a step forward and said to the eunuch, "Amit Ba, what a sin! Benefactor, please let go of the monks in the monastery. This penniless monk is willing to take their place. They are all people who have become monks. All sins will be borne by this penniless monk. It has nothing to do with them." "Do you think it has nothing to do with you just because you say it has nothing to do with you?" The eunuch sneered. "The laws of the Sui dynasty originate from His Majesty's imperial court and are decided by the Supreme Court. Whether they are guilty or not, it is up to the Supreme Court and His Majesty to decide. Why are you interfering? Liao Kong, you have illegally preached for many years. You have created and spread superstition and heresy, organized, planned, implemented, and instigated a split in the Sui dynasty, slandered His Majesty, spoke rudely, and subverted the stability of the imperial court. You have even privately occupied the Heshabi, a national treasure of great significance, in an attempt to overthrow the imperial court system. You have committed the most heinous crimes. Moreover, this is not done by you alone. It is a collective crime of the entire Hu cult. According to our investigations, Mount Wutai, Shaolin Temple, Huayan Sect, and more than 500 monasteries have organized and purposefully participated in your rebellious actions. With an organization called Xihangjing Temple as the leader, they used sex appeal and emotions to deceive and bewitch others to expand the cult's influence. Inciting subversion and creating absurd arguments about choosing the Son of Heaven to save the people is simply outrageous. His Majesty is a brilliant saint who saves the world and the people. He is higher than all saints and Buddhas. He is the highest God in the world and the son of Haoyan. How dare any demon or ghost slander him?" The eunuch solemnly bowed toward the sky and said, "Now, with our East and West faction monitoring the world's lawless traders, punishing and dismantling the cult's temple doors, and capturing its leaders, not to mention you, the entire Jingyan monastery, and even the tens of thousands of monks in the world, will pay a heavy price for your rebellious actions." He pulled out the spring embroidery knife from his waist and sneered, "Don't worry. In the hands of our two factions, even stones will speak. The monks of Jingyan Monastery will definitely confess your accomplices in the rebellion and let us send them down to see you." Quizhong and Su Jiling had not found a suitable opportunity, but they had already met up with De Gafong. They were only waiting for Liao Kong to distract the eunuch and create chaos so that they could escape. Liao Kong, Wu Qin, and the others revealed expressions of anger and grief. They held their staffs and scanned the East faction's fanatics everywhere. They heard Liao Kong shout, "Eunuchs, don't you know the cycle of life and death and retribution for your actions? Now that the incapable ruler is in power, there are difficulties for us Buddhism, but we are willing to sacrifice our lives for a righteous cause and will be reborn in paradise. As for you, incapable rulers, you will forever fall into the hell of Avicii, never to be reincarnated." Well said. The eunuch laughed. "I'm relieved. Since you all died so happily, you must have no regrets. It's fine as long as we suffer in this world. I will definitely report it to His Majesty. Anyone who believes in paradise, heaven, and hell will be sent to enjoy happiness. Liao Kong, I know you have many believers. Don't worry. You will definitely see them when you reach paradise. You won't be lonely. I remember that in the Buddhist scriptures, those who have the blood of Buddha can go to heaven to become a demon king. Liao Kong, when you reach paradise, you must curse me so that I can become a demon king after I die. I will follow His Majesty and surpass countless fools in the world. Guda will enjoy it." He laughed wildly. "Kill." Guda raised his left hand up high. All the fanatics drew their blades, and they were waiting for his left hand to swing down. They drew their long blades, causing the blood of the monk soldiers' necks to splatter. "Stop!" Wu Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He was the first to raise his staff and pounce forward. Just as he was carrying the nameless fire of karma and the might of 1,000 caddies, he attacked Gu Da's head. A figure wielding a long sword pounced down from the sky. A sharp and unpredictable sword gleam slashed Wu Chen's sword back into the hull. Wu Qi and the others hurried forward to help Wu Chen. A long sword wound stretched from Wu Chen's abdomen to his shoulder. If it was an inch deeper, his chest would have been split open. The person's sword gleam was so swift that it sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 338. Yes. Gu Deong did not dare to delay. He did not even look at the people in the hall and shouted, "The Emperor has arrived. Everything here will be decided by the Emperor. All of you, clear the place with me in preparation for His Majesty's arrival." The Eastern faction's Fanzi obeyed the order and sheathed their swords in unison. The sound was like a knife cutting grass. When Liao Kong, Ouyang Shi, and company saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. The 500 to 600 people from the East faction guards acted as if they were one person. Coupled with their blank expressions and resolute actions, the 200-plus monk soldiers from the Jingnian monastery, who were highly skilled in martial arts, were like clay chickens compared to them. Ouyang Shi said in a low voice, "Zen Master, right now that Traitor Yang's power is great, the Eastern and Western faction guards' arrogance is soaring to the sky. From the movements of those foreigners, we can't underestimate them, drawing and sheathing their sabers, giving orders and prohibitions. If Yangguang really uses the two factions to suppress the world, no one can stop him. It is better to avoid the sharp edge and wait for the right time." Liao Kong sighed. "Benefactor Ouyang, it is not that we Buddhists insist on getting involved in this turbulent world of mortals. But now that things have come to this, we cannot allow the righteous to retreat. Yangguang is a tyrant of a generation. Although he made the people immoral and treated the aristocratic families harshly, he opened the canal, conquered Korea, conducted the imperial examinations, suppressed the aristocratic families. His actions are immoral and righteous. He is a cruel and terrible person like the first emperor. I see that he has his own dharma. Just like the devil King Bushuen, he can make the world difficult and all living beings fall. I am not worried that he is tyrannical and immoral, but I am worried that he will abuse the devil path and bewitch all living beings, causing the orthodoxy of the central plains to disappear and the righteous to sink. In the future, when the devil path is 10 feet high, it will be when he cripples Bickus and Bhikkhunis, tampers with scriptures, slaughters Buddhists, reverses the principles, causes the world to be indistinguishable. The etiquette and music will be broken. The Dharma will be destroyed, the people's hearts will be lost, and everyone will be like demons in the world of desire. At the emotional point, Liao Kong and the 4 Vajras behind him closed their eyes and chanted, Amit Ba! We have sinned. Their expressions were compassionate, solemn, and holy. Dugu Feng watched as the monks on the white stone square were dragged away by the East faction's fanzi. The center of the square, which was as wide as 100 zhang, was completely cleared. Watching the incense burner and the Buddha statue being mercilessly kicked down by the East faction fanzi, the painted sculptures and golden ornaments enshrined in the middle of the square, the rather imposing statues of Medicine Master, Sakya, Amitabha, and the other Buddhas were dragged away with their faces on the ground. Liao Kong's face twitched. He was obviously furious. The face of the gold-plated bronze Buddha rubbed against the ground, creating a string of sparks. Looking at the gold paint that had been rubbed off the ground, Gu Daong's right eyelid twitched, and he scolded angrily. Be careful! This is His Majesty's military expenditure, our salary. He looked around at the 500 Luohan statues and said with a cold laugh, With this copper as military expenditure, we can forcefully demolish the 450 temples in the south. At that time, he would transform all these halls into civilian houses and move the disaster victims in. With the temples as the city, the homeless people would have a place to live again. These monks are all fat and strong, and their residences are all over the place. If we don't kill them, how can we make our country rich? When all the aristocratic families in the world, Buddhism and Taoism, are all exterminated, how much blood and sweat, land and wealth will there be to pacify the hearts of the people in the world? No wonder His Majesty wants to start the system of nobility, land, and residences so that the whole world will have land. People say that if you don't kill bald donkeys, you won't get rich. Dugu Feng couldn't help but say, Do you really want to kill all the aristocratic families in the world? Gu Daong pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, why not? If His Majesty really wants to exterminate the aristocratic families, what can you do? If His Majesty wants to live, they will live, and if He wants to die, they will die. In this world, those who obey the heavens will prosper, and those who defy the heavens will die. And His Majesty is the heavens. You are not willing to be His Majesty's concubines, nor are you willing to die. You are making things very difficult for me. It doesn't matter if it's difficult for me, but we must not make things difficult for His Majesty. Dugu Feng, how dare you? Do you really think the superintendent won't dare to kill your entire family? Gu Daong shouted sternly, causing Dugu Feng's face to turn pale, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Before Liao Kong could say anything, Yu Huatian, who was standing at the side, had a solemn expression and shouted clearly, His Majesty has arrived! Liao Kong, Buchan, and the others turned to look at the opposite side of the white stone plaza as if they were facing a great enemy. The hot-tempered Buching even raised his staff and roared, wanting to rush down the hall towards the plaza. Buchan and the others couldn't stop him in time, so they could only rush down as well. Liao Kong Zen Master sighed and turned to Kuozhong and Su Jiling, saying, Benefactors, leave this place quickly. Zen Master. Dugu Feng couldn't help but call out, Amit Ba, today's disaster is imminent. This old monk has no choice but to die for the sake of all the monks in the temple. Benefactor Dugu, leave quickly. Liao Kong Zen Master, who looked like a young man on the surface, raised his staff horizontally and said to them, The future of the righteous path of the world depends on you. Remember, it's important to protect yourself. Don't let that incapable ruler succeed. After saying that, Liao Kong rushed down the hall without turning his head back. Dugu Feng sobbed uncontrollably and cried, Zen Master! All the masters! Kuozhong could only pull her back and shouted in her ear, Leave quickly. Don't waste the opportunity that Master Liao Kong has fought for us. Looking at the despondent Dugu Feng, who was on the verge of despair, Kwajong couldn't imagine what kind of divine being Yangguang was, to actually make such a smart and beautiful girl feel so hopeless. But he knew that he had to pull her back. The Heesher Bai is in my hands. If I lose it, there's no hope of dealing with Yangguang in this world. Our martial arts are crude. The Heesher Bai still needs your protection. Miss Dugu, you mustn't be impulsive. Su Jiling also tried to persuade her. Leave quickly. Ouyang Shi blocked the entrance of the hall with his sword horizontally and sang, I've supported the righteous path for 20 years. Today is the day I die for justice. Die, you traitor. In the time it took to say those words, the 4 great Vajras had already formed a formation and were fighting with the East and West faction guards. 6 of the guards drew the embroidered spring sabers from their waists and charged forward in a simple formation. The saber flashes were swift and fierce, and their coordination was tacit. However, the other guards acted as if they didn't see the desperate struggle of Jingyan Monastery. Other than the dozen or so guards who were in charge of guarding, the others faced the hall and knelt on one knee, saying, Servants of the East and West faction guards respectfully welcome His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. An Chen, who was fighting, couldn't care less about his injuries. He tried his best to resist the East faction guards' vicious hidden weapons and saber flashes. Suddenly, he felt a huge shadow slowly appear behind him. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire hall and spread to the square. The sunlight suddenly disappeared from his body, and a huge shadow that could be seen with the naked eye covered the surroundings. An Chen pulled out his staff and retreated a few steps with the other 3 great Vajras. He finally had the time to take a look above him. He saw a huge object. It was a huge white ship that looked like a heavenly palace. It had already reached the sky above the hall. On the top of the ship was a huge air sac, and below it was a wooden base. It was a huge airship. The huge body that tore through the air shocked the 4 great Vajras. The huge sway chi on the white air sac scared them out of their wits. The airship was 1,000 feet above the ground, but with Liao Kong's eyesight he could already see the densely packed figures on it. He could even see the commanders and Baihu in the East faction guard's uniform looking at him with cold smiles. Kwajong and Su Jiling were in the hall. They were surprised to see Liao Kong and the 4 great guardian deities standing rooted to the ground. They were very confused as to why they had such a terrified expression on their faces. Ever since Kwajong met them, he had seen them speak vehemently, face death calmly in rage. However, he had never seen such a bone-chilling fear. He saw Liao Kong slowly turn his head and roar at him, Run! The despair and mournfulness in his voice made one's hair stand on end. In the next moment, he saw countless East faction guards descending from the sky. They pulled out the spring embroidery sabers in their hands and swooped down from a few feet in the air. The saber gleams were like snow, filling the entire space with rustling sounds. Then, Su Jiling pulled Kwajong into the secret passage. He could no longer see those roaring and despairing monks. Yangguang stood by the hanging window of the airship, looking down at the white stone plaza beneath his feet. Dozens of ropes hung down from the airship. The East faction guards and the commanders slid down the ropes. When they were a few feet above the ground, they executed their movement techniques and formed a formation with their companions before swooping down. Yangguang looked at the ant-like figures beneath his feet. He suddenly let out a long roar and leaped down from a height of more than 1,000 feet. Liao Kong happened to meet his gaze. In Yangguang's eyes, Liao Kong suddenly saw the future of the Central Plains. All living beings were falling, and everyone was a demon. He could not help but burst into tears. Chapter 339. Bu Chun waved his Buddhist staff, facing the blades of the 2 factions. The copper staff in his hand was like a flood dragon overturning the sea, stirring up countless shadows of the staff, brandishing an impenetrable force. The other 3 Vajras also covered him. The 4 of them cooperated to form a formation. Their power was more than 1,000 times more terrifying. In the midst of the snow-like blades, they were as firm as a rock. After decades of living and eating together, the martial arts of the brothers came from the same source. When they worked together, they were like a giant with 4 heads and 8 arms. Under the sharp blades of the eunuchs, they firmly guarded a circle. In less than 2 breaths' time, the 13 East faction guards had slashed out a total of more than 1,600 blades. The rolling spring embroidery blades were like a rolling wave of snow, fiercely hitting the 4 Vajra formations. In Ouyang Shi's dumbfounded eyes, the rolling waves of blades chopped through anything that dared to block in front of it. Only the 4 monk staffs and flesh bodies were indestructible. 2 breaths' time passed. The East faction guards in midair had already landed on the ground. They held their blades and vigilantly surrounded the 4 Vajras, but did not continue to attack them. But at this time, Yu Huatian and Gu Deong, who were half kneeling on the ground, had already stood up. Above them, Wang Ji, Lu Jin, Chao Huachun, and Chao Rinchao attacked from midair. The 6 commanders and Baihu of the 2 factions rushed forward. Yu Huatian held a long sword. Gu Deong pulled out a spring embroidery blade. Lu Jin and Wang Ji simultaneously pulled out a thin blade that was 3 fingers wide. Chao Huachun and Chao Rinchao were empty-handed, like eagles attacking from midair. Bu Chun raised his Buddha staff like a mad demon. It swept up a strong wind and smashed towards Yu Huatian's head. As Yu Huatian unsheathed his long sword, too thin, cold lights flew out from the back of the sword, moving as fast as lightning. Bu Chen hurriedly pressed down with his staff. The thick staff, which weighed several hundred pounds, trembled like an iron wall, pressing down on the 2 cold lights. But Yu Huatian only flicked his long sword slightly. Bu Chun felt the steel staff in his hand suddenly sink. Before he could react, the cold light drew a strange path and cut through the staff in Bu Chen's hand. The sharp saber chi seemed to have pressed against their skin, causing Bu Chen and the other 3 Vajras to feel a stinging pain. But in fact, it was just Guda pulling out his saber. The continuous saber light flowed out of the scabbard like flowing water. Just looking at the saber shadow made people feel a threatening sharpness. The cold light, the flowing saber shadow, and the snowflakes falling from the sky. The 4 great Vajras were in dire straits. In an instant, Bu Chun felt his body turn cold. The kasaya that was tied to his chest quietly floated to the ground, covering the bloodstains on it. Bu Chun felt all the strength in his body leave his body bit by bit. He looked at Yu Huatian's sword and suddenly said, "So it's a magnetic flying sword. Senior Liao Kong, buckin. I tried my best." The 4 Vajrapani's bodies collapsed like a mountain of gold and jade pillars. Liao Kong's face was covered in tears. Ouyang Shi, who was standing in front of the main hall, could not help but roar into the sky, "Master Bu Chen! You want to die? Not so easy." Gu Deyong sneered. He waved his hand behind him, and several East faction guards ran up and dragged the dying 4 great Vajrapani away. East faction guards Gu Deyong is here to send all the masters into the path of evil. Ouyang Shi's old tears flowed down his face, but the one coming at him was the commander of the West faction guards, Baihu Wangji. The blood-stained saber had not yet returned to its scabbard, but was already heading for his head. The endless saber technique was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It split the center of Ouyang Shi's sword technique, and the cold light went straight for his neck. "Stop!" Liao Kong flicked out a prayer bead and aimed it at Wang Ji's back. However, Wang Ji did not pay any attention to him. The thin knife in his hand quickly swept past Ouyang Shi's neck, and a large head flew into the air. Behind him, Yu Huatian's sword slashed at the prayer beads, and a solid copper prayer bead was easily cut in half by the sword. Liao Kong still failed to kill Ouyang Shi. In less than 5 breaths, all the masters of the Jingyan Zen sect in the main hall, except for Liao Kong, fell into the enemy's hands. Ouyang Shi, who came to support, was killed. At this time, Yang Guangcai stepped on the head of the Manjushri Bodhisattva statue in the middle of the square and looked down at everyone in the square. He descended thousands of feet and stepped on the Buddha statue, but there was no ripple. Liao Kong knew that with this qigong that was like a god or a devil, he would not be able to fight back. This was not something that a human could do. In his mind, only a god or a devil could do this. Yang Guang, the way of a ruler is to respect virtue first, then the people, then to show kindness, and finally to show dignity. Your demonic skills are world-shaking. The East faction guards and the West faction guards are your minions. They are arrogant, but the people of the world will never succumb to tyranny. In the past, when Chen Shang and Wu Guang raised their arms, the heroes of the world rose to resist the tyranny of the Qin dynasty and promote righteousness. Today, I will not let them have no descendants. The death of this penniless monk doesn't matter, and the destruction of the Jingyan Zen monastery doesn't matter either. One day, Yang Guang, you will die in the hands of the righteous people of the world. Kill the tyrannical sway. Yang Guang looked at the magnificent and mighty Jingyan Zen monastery. Hundreds of palaces were connected in the mountains, like a small city. Hearing Liao Kong's bloody rebuke, he did not care at all. He said calmly, "Son of Heaven, a strong army is the best. In the past, you were able to submit to the 5 barbarians. The day after tomorrow, you can shave your hair and change your clothes. Today, you can kneel under my rule." "Your Majesty," Wang Ji knelt in front of Yang Guang and reported, "Ko Su Dugafeng and the others have escaped through the secret passage in the hall. The Heshabi has also been taken away by them." When Liao Kong heard this news, his eyebrows twitched slightly. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Wang Ji continued, "The secret passage has been destroyed by the mechanism, but their whereabouts are still within our grasp. Your Majesty, please instruct us." Hearing this, Liao Kong could not help but look shocked. However, what shocked him even more was what happened next. Yang Guang said with a smile, "Let Dugafeng lead them to the south and connect with the forces of the righteous path. At the same time, continue to oppress Wutai Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Huayan Sect, and other Buddhist forces. Let them collude with the rebel army, aristocratic families, and even the Turks. Spread the news that my demonic technique originated from the primordial demon. Only the secret of longevity and the Heshabi can restrain it. The selection of the emperor in Luoyang needs to be heavily publicized. I want to give them a chance to think that they can assassinate me. The Sahangjing Temple will definitely not let go of this opportunity. After the craftsmen supervise the airship, the world's revolutionary army will be like clay chickens and pottery dogs to me. Now, as long as the worms hidden underground are exposed, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop." "Dugafeng," Liao Kong said in disbelief. "Dugafeng can't be. Dugafeng will naturally not betray the righteous path, but her father, Dugafeng, can become my pawn without controlling her." Yang Guang smiled. He looked at Liao Kong and asked, "Do you know what I hate the most?" Chapter 340. Surrounded by enemies from the 2 factories, Liao Kong's expression did not change. He resolutely raised the monk staff in his hand and said to Yang Guang in a deep voice, "Everything above the realm is called thoughtless, leaving the realm above the white thoughts, not the thoughts above the Dharma. If one does not think of anything, removing all thoughts, one thought will lead to death and another place to live. If there is no thought, there is no existence without thought." The moon-white monk robe fluttered with the wind, revealing a pair of straw shoes on his feet. Although Liao Kong was in the realm of death, he was still calm and composed. Although his voice was not loud, it was like thunder in the ears of the East faction Fanzi. His spirit gradually became one, perfect and flawless. "Thoughtless Dhyana technique," Yang Guang praised. "The world only knows that Liao Kong Zen Master is proficient in silent meditation. Who would know that in the Jingyan Dhyana book written by first ancestor celestial monk, only the thoughtless dhyana technique has the most essence. I am also surprised that Liao Kong Zen master can cultivate the thoughtless dhyana technique to this level. Thoughtless and pure thoughts are originally one thing. Since Jingyan Zen Temple is named after Jingyan, the technique they cultivate must also be thoughtless. Thoughtless as the sect. Thoughts are the state of mind. There are pure thoughts and delusional thoughts. The thoughtless dhyana technique is a Zen technique that is free of worries and obstructions, without delusional thoughts. Yangguang was a wise man and instantly understood Liao Kong's current state of mind. However, the sixth ancestor of Zen, Huaining, had not been born yet, and Liao Kong's thoughtless dhyana technique was far from reaching the realm of sect, body, origin, thoughtless, formless, and invincible as mentioned in the altar scripture. Liao Kong's current state was naturally perfect and flawless to others. The Jingyan Dhyana technique was unleashed with 120% of its power in his hands. As long as there were no delusional thoughts, the Zen technique was flawless. In this world's martial arts spiritual battle, Liao Kong would never be shaken. Even if the future boss C8 was here and directly attacked Liao Kong's spirit with heaven and earth striking, it would not be shaken. However, without the talent of the sixth forefather, the Jingyan Dhyana art would always only be a third of the perfect state. Without the supplement of the formless and formless mantras, the silence dhyana art that Liao Kong thought was perfect would always have a fatal flaw. The first celestial monk had great wisdom and used the art of thoughtless to comprehend the path of no return and no form. His state at that time might not have been lower than Huineng's, but he never had the wisdom of Huineng and could not elaborate in perfect the path of Dhyana Shio of thoughtless as the sect, formless as the body, and non-dwelling as the foundation. As a result, the Zen monastery of Jingyan's intentionless Zen art was never perfected. Everything is like a dream. All saints say it together. Therefore, delusional thoughts are silent. The mortal realm is empty. The heart is empty. The spiritual knowledge is not muddled. If a kind friend enlightens me, the Monkey King's silent knowledge, knowing and without thought and formless, who will help me see the faces of others, perceiving the emptiness of all forms, the mind has no thoughts, the thought is perception, the awareness is non-existence. The wonderful way of cultivation lies in this. Therefore, although there are thousands of practices, only thoughtless is the sect, Yangguang recited softly. Liao Kong's body trembled. He raised his head and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, you have such great comprehension. You actually understood the essence of the silence dhyana art from a few words of mine. At your level of martial arts, you are already very familiar with the moves and inner force of this world. You can't make a big breakthrough anymore. The competition is about emotions, willpower, martial arts cultivation, and wisdom. In this aspect, both Buddhism and Taoism are experts. You may not be as good as the 3 grandmasters and Sankei who fought in the sea of blood, have 100 changes in the face of battle, have a strong mind, and can use 120% of your strength in a life and death battle, even have a breakthrough in the face of battle, and take advantage of the favorable situation. But in terms of spiritual state, you are not inferior. What you lack is a bit of vigor. Now that you have the will to die, your spirit has reached the peak of your life, and under the attack of thunder, you are no less than the 3 grandmasters." Liao Kong's expression was calm, as if Yangguang was not praising him. But the pressure between him and Yangguang was getting stronger and stronger. Some of the East faction guards could not bear it anymore, and opened a path for the two. "But it's a pity. You can't see Huaining." Yangguang sighed. "Oh, who is Huaining?" Liao Kong asked. Listening to his name, he seems to be a Buddhist. "Heart like a Bodhi tree, body like a mirror. Wipe it off and don't let it be contaminated with dust. There is no Bodhi tree, and the mirror is not a mirror. There is originally nothing. How can it be contaminated with dust?" Taoism teaches Hongren, and Hongren teaches Huaining. Only after 40 years in this world can we see Huaining. Yang Guang put down his hands behind his back, and with a leap he came to a dozen steps in front of Liao Kong. The sixth patriarch of Zen is Huaining. Liao Kong laughed in realization. I see. He stretched out his staff, and the vital qi of intentionless Zen technique was already flowing, as if he was carrying a heavy weight in his hand. He looked at Yang Guang and Liao Kong and sighed. If that's the case, I thank your majesty for clearing my doubts. Your majesty, please make your move. Yang Guang smiled. You are not worthy for me to make my move now. He looked at Liao Kong's crystal-like body and shook his head. Intentionless is the sect, formless is the body, and non-dwelling is the foundation. Only when the purpose, the nature, and the foundation are consistent, when the essence, qi, and spirit have climbed to the peak of this world, when the outside is the broken Vajra form, the inside is the Vajra heart, and when you are only a step away from the broken void, then I will have to kill you personally. The current you is so weak that I have no interest in you at all. Do you think anyone is worthy of me killing with my own hands? Yang Guang looked up to the sky and laughed. If it was Huaining or the celestial monk, it would be more like it. Little monk, you are too far away. I personally explained your doubts and demonstrated the altar scripture to you, so that you must climb to the peak of your spirit in the battle, and then Eunuch Tong will personally send you into demonization. Only then can you become a great demon. Little monk, are you ready? Yang Guang turned around and asked. The commanders of the eastern and western depots were ready to fight. Liao Kong gripped his staff tightly and swung it forward without saying a word. Wang, Ji, Gu Deong, Lu Jin, and the commanders of the eastern depots drew their swords and faced the attack. It was a bloody battle. The intentionless Zen technique allowed Liao Kong's spirit, true qi, and physical strength to be as round as a circle. Under the fierce, killing aura of the two depots, it polished, rounded, and restrained. Gradually, it was stripped of its embellishments and sharpened to the edges. A staff rolled and persevered under the attacks of several Baihu. Yang Guang turned around and walked out of the Jingyin monastery, leaving Liao Kong and the others behind. Tong Guan quietly walked out from the side and stood in the shadows dozens of steps in front of Liao Kong waiting. He waited for Liao Kong's spirit to climb to the peak in the battle, waited for the dregs of his martial arts to be hammered out, and waited for the Zen theory in the altar scripture to be integrated into Liao Kong's spirit. Amidst the chanting of the two depots, Liao Kong was climbing to the peak of his martial arts, just as Yang Guang expected. He waited at the entrance of the monastery. When he saw Yang Guang come out, he went forward and asked, Your Majesty, should we wait for Supervisor Tong? No need to wait. She won't take long. Get ready to set sail. We are going to Jiangdu. Chapter 341. Yang Guang stood high in the sky, the formation of airships under his feet sailing above the sea of clouds, heading in the direction of Jiangdu. Other than most of the two warehouses, there were also about 5,000 soldiers from the 12 guards with him. What was different from history was that this time, when he went to Jiangnan, he did not leave behind the central plains, which was in imminent danger and was threatened by the rebel army. Instead, it was a country made of iron. After the relentless assassinations and purges of the two barracks and the bloody purge of the 12 demon guards, there was no longer a power that dared to compete with Yang Guang in the entire Guangzhou region. The Great Sway's prestige was established in this bloody battlefield. Now that Yang Guang had come to Jiangdu with the momentum, he directly threatened the last stronghold of the rebel army and the major clans, Jiangdu. After Jiangdu was pacified, the major clans in Guangdong no longer had the ability to resist. As for the Li clan far away in Taiyuan, it was even more hopeless. This trip to Jiangdu was not only the focus of Yang Guang's purge of the major clans, but also the last hope of the major clan's rebel army. He felt that his restless heart was becoming more and more restless ever since he left the Jingyin monastery. This world seemed to be emitting a strange fluctuation, as if a vast will was touching and exploring this world. Yang Guang sensed the indescribable fluctuation in the air and suddenly laughed. It's finally here. At this moment, Jiangdu, which was hundreds of miles away, was bustling with traffic. Although the flames of war had yet to be extinguished, Yangzhou was still under the protection of the Great Sway. Not only was it not desolate because of the flames of war, but it was even more prosperous because the wealthy all over the world had moved here. There was an endless stream of carriages and pedestrians at the city gates, and the shops and restaurants along the road were extraordinarily lively. At this moment, a dozen or so figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in a secluded clearing outside of the bustling Yangzhou city. A translucent protective barrier completely isolated this place from the outside world. Very soon, 7 or 8 figures climbed up from the ground. There were men and women among them, and they were wearing clothes made of strange materials. Some were even wearing short sleeves or martial arts clothes. They carried all kinds of weapons on their backs, and some even wore very eye-catching metal armor. However, compared to the people lying on the ground, their style of dress was very much in line with this world. Those who had fainted were wearing modern clothes from over 1,000 years in the future. They wore short-sleeve shirts and long dresses. F***CK. Tang Dynasty with 15 people difficulty. What a F***King ghost. A man with short hair and a ferocious expression looked around and cursed angrily. The world we've been in recently has already reached the 6-star level, and now we have a 4-star Tang Dynasty with a 15-man difficulty. What the F***CK. Another mutated world. His face darkened as if he was reminded of some bad memories. A mutated plot is indeed very troublesome. Logically speaking, in a 4-star world like the Tang Dynasty, the highest level characters should not be higher than 6 stars, which was the level of the 3 grandmasters, Ning Daoqi and the others. The Tang Dynasty was one of the few worlds in Huang Yi's wuxia world where there were no 7-star characters who were on the verge of the void-breaking realm. If it rises to 6 stars, it means that there are 8-star storyline characters like Legendary Eagle and Supreme Grandmaster Ling Donglai, who can break at any time, interfering with the storyline. It's just that I don't know if it's the interference of the other main god teams, or if there's an unstable factor like a transmigrator. An ordinary-looking man with a slightly sharper gaze analyzed. Another man in a Taoist robe continued, "We have to be prepared that Xiang Yutian is still alive. If this old monster is still in the Tang Dynasty, he is definitely qualified to be evaluated as a 7-star peak storyline character. And in this wuxia world, when a 7-star peak makes a move, there's almost a 100% chance that he can break the void and advance to 8-star. Peak duel," the ordinary-looking man added expressionlessly. "Yes, as long as there's a fateful battle or a wonderful battle in the original work. When there's a one-on-one battle, the disgusting characteristic of breaking through at the last moment and fighting beyond stars is also the most troublesome point in the wuxia world." The man in the Taoist robe complained, "In the last team battle, the Tian team surrounded Xiaofeng, and in the end Xiaofeng, who was evaluated as a 4-star, forcefully exerted the terrifying power of a 6-star. It's too tragic the Yangtze River's 3 layered waves, 18 dragon palms. The Tian team was probably wiped out because of this. The newbies should be waking up soon. Luo Xian introduced the situation to them. The short-haired man ordered, "When the time comes, we'll know what the mission is." In the Tang Dynasty world, it's said that the art of longevity and the victory catalog may be 8-star items. If the secret can be unraveled, it can even reach 9-star. The world of the victory catalog is too scary. We can't let go of the art of longevity in the Tang Dynasty world. Where is this? A trembling question interrupted the conversation of the few people. The man in the Taoist robe turned around and looked. Indeed, someone among the newbies had woken up. He gave a look to the woman beside him. Luo Xian, who was wearing a wide-sleeved silk dress and fluttering white clothes, smiled and turned around. "Not bad. You're the one with the best quality in this group." The short-haired man took out a cigarette box and lit one for himself. He said, "Ever since someone in the main world wrote the book Infinite Horror, we don't have to always be noisy with these newbies. Recently, there are fewer and fewer idiots. Most people at least know how to obey. Captain, you've just entered this world and you've already started smoking? The pressure shouldn't be that great." The man in the Taoist robe complained. The short-haired captain said thoughtfully with a cigarette in his mouth, "This world gives me a bad feeling." Hearing this, the team of veterans fell into silence. Whether it was the man in the Taoist robe who had been polishing his bow and arrow, or the handsome half-elf with slightly pointy ears and a neutral temperament, they all fell into deep thought. After Luo Xian finished explaining to the newbies, he gave them a thorough explanation. Suddenly, the empty space they surrounded burst into flames. The tongue of fire burned black marks on the ground like a dragon and a snake. Main Mission 1. Help Kuozhong and Su Jilin escape from the pursuit of the Great Sui Dynasty. Before the mission ends, if either Kuozhong or Su Jilin dies, the mission will fail. Reward: 5,000 points. Main Mission 2. Help the twin dragons protect the Heshabi and survive under Yang Guangtian's demonic arts. Before the mission ends, the Heshabi will fall into Yang Guang's hands. The mission will fail. Reward: 10,000 points. Main Mission 3. Help Li Shimin defeat Yang Guang and rebuild the Tang Dynasty. Reward: 50,000 points. Warning: Yang Guangtian's demonic arts have been cultivated to the peak. If the mission fails, there will be no punishment. The veterans of the main god team stared at the mission notification on the ground dumbfoundedly. It was not until the flames had wiped out all the words that they managed to regain their senses. The short-haired captain stomped his feet and cursed. "Mother ** King main god. This is F * King twin of the Tang Dynasty, not Legend of Heaven 4. Who the hell is Heavenly Demon Yang Guang? Not to mention that there's also the primordial spirit of the great Heavenly Demon here that can cultivate the Heavenly Demon power. Even if there's a primordial spirit of the Heavenly Demon here, you should find me a Li Shimin who has the Heavenly Sword. Without the Buddha's palm, do you think we can use our blood to fight for the Heavenly Demon power? Legend of Son of Heaven 4 is an 8-star world. To be continued. Chapter 342. Looks like Skyfiend Yangguang is the focus of our mission this time. The young man in the Taoist robe analyzed. Although Yangguang might have been strengthened by the 8-star heavenly demonic power, I remember that the heavenly demonic power can only be achieved by gathering the fragments of the great skyscraper's primordial spirit. Yangguang, who is at his peak in the legend of Son of Heaven 4, was a peerless devil who had integrated the great skyscraper's primordial spirit. The Lord God has hinted to us that we're going to face Yang Guang at his peak, so the key to everything is the great sky demon primordial soul. We still don't have enough information right now. No matter what analysis we do, we still lack material. Let's keep our doubts to ourselves first. The short-haired captain pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Our top priority now is to find the twin dragons and prevent the mission from failing." "No, I don't think that's necessary." Luo Xian suddenly interrupted the captain. "Oh." The captain turned around and asked, "What do you think?" "The key to the mission is not the twin dragons, but Yang Guang. It can be said that the entire mission does not revolve around the two main characters of the great Tang Empire. All of you have been deceived by the inertia of the mission world. In the past, the storyline missions naturally revolved around the protagonist, but the protagonist in this world isn't the twin dragons. It's Yang Guang." The man in the Taoist robe suddenly realized. Regardless of mission 1, 2, or 3, the key has always been Yang Guang. As long as we get rid of Yang Guang, this mission will be easily solved. He danced excitedly. The reward is the same. The biggest reward is not the reward points announced in the mainline mission, not even the plot card reward. As God is hinting to us, the world's biggest hidden reward. Hearing his words, even the man who was wiping the bow in his hands stopped what he was doing and raised his head. Luo Xian continued his words. The reason for the world's change, the hidden storyline of Sky Demon Yangguang, is what the Lord God wants us to uncover, not to mechanically correct the storyline. Only by following the Lord God's intentions can we truly come into contact with the greatest benefits hidden in this world. The cause of the mutation. Think about it. The source of the mutation was able to create an 8-star enhanced Yangguang. The hidden reward must be extremely rich. It could be said that it was at least an 8-star heavenly demonic power silver card, or even a complete 8-star heavenly demonic power gold card. To us, this hidden plot is unknown. But it's definitely the true core of this quest, and it's also the hidden storyline that the Lord God suggested that we touch upon. The man in the Taoist robe continued. This is something that the quest that revolves around the twin dragons will never touch upon. My opinion is to give up on the reward of the main quest and focus on exploring the hidden quest line of Yangguang. No. Luo Xian denied the Taoist robed man's statement. Is there something I've overlooked? Asked the man in the Taoist robe. Danger. You've ignored the risk. The principle of the Master God space has always been that the greater the reward, the greater the potential risk. The most valuable things in the Tang Dynasty's Twin Dragons world are the He Sure Bai and the 4 great mystical books. Think about it. Just these rewards alone require us to take the risk of a 6-star or even an 8-star Yangguang. What about the heavenly demonic power card? The closer we get to Yangguang, the more dangerous it will be. If we search for Yangguang's secret, we will definitely anger him. If we want to find the source of the mutation, we'll have to fight with this 8-star Tianzi for pinnacle big shot first. Imagining the scene of Yangguang fully activating his heavenly demonic power and attacking at his peak. All the members of the Wind Chasers collectively shuddered. Yangguang's whereabouts are easy to grasp. We'll know once we go to Jiangdu City. Considering that the Lord God placed us in Jiangdu, Yangguang might be in Jiangdu or on his way to Jiangdu, the short-haired captain said. Once we've thought about it, we'll go to Jiangdu and prepare to get close to Yangguang. It's hard to decide now. If we help Yangguang instead, the man in the Taoist robe suggested, then we won't be able to gain his trust. Yangguang is too strong. Helping him gain his trust won't be enough for us to get in touch with the source of the mutation in the plot world. Luo Xian analyzed. If we want to set up, then we have to bet on both sides. Strengthen the twin dragons. Let them threaten Yangguang. Then help Yangguang eliminate the twin dragons. Take this opportunity to recoup our investment and get in touch with the deeper plot, which is the source of the mutation. We'll wait for an opportunity to decide. For this reason, we'll temporarily leave this world and wait until all of us rush to 6-star before entering. Solving the hidden plot is also worth it. But we don't have the strength to do so. In truth, the positive side represented by the twin dragons also has a lot of potential. Yangguang threatens the Turks and Goryeo, and he's enemies with the Buddhists. Practically all the 3 grandmasters have a grudge against him. Song Ke, the evil cult, the hidden forces of power from the Daoist sects, Kind Boathouse, the volunteer army, and practically all the other forces of power are against him. The speed at which we invest in them will be too fast. Let's not talk about anything else. With the resources in the Master God space, it'll be very easy for us to help the 3 Grandmasters reach 6-star. The principle is that they'll fight at the peak of their power before the battle, and their fighting strength will probably be comparable to 7-star superhumans. With the 4 holy monks, evil emperor, and empressine, it won't be difficult for them to fight against Yangguang. This is probably the path that the Master God left for us to clear the main storyline. Because of this, the greater the investment, the easier the main storyline will be. At the same time, the rewards from killing Yangguang will be lesser. We need this sort of balance to strengthen the positive side when we dig out the subquests. At the same time, due to the conflicts between the forces opposing Yangguang. It'll also be a great test for the god of reincarnation's ability to organize the quests. Luo Xian analyzed the situation for her teammates. The greatest benefit in this world is the source of the anomaly. We'll temporarily call it Great Sky Demon, and there are two sides surrounding it. Yangguang represents Great Sway and all the forces that stand against him, including Goryeo, Turkic Khaganate, the Righteous Path, the Evil Cult, and even the aristocratic families of Great Sway. We must cause an intense conflict between both sides to have a chance to get Great Sky Demon. The best way is to take down both sides. We'll place bets on both sides and control the situation. In other words, we'll be divided into two teams, but we don't have the strength to do that. Then, if we want to get out of this situation, we can only... The wind chasers held their breaths and looked at her in anticipation. The newbie was blocked outside by the soundproof barrier, and he looked at the excited veterans with a dazed expression. The man in the Taoist robe asked softly, "Only what?" "Don't interrupt my train of thought." Luo Xian said irritably. Her face darkened, and she started thinking with a savage expression. "You're Luo Xian, the negative side of the two-faced wise man." The man in the Taoist robe was scolded, but he was not affected. Instead, he looked at Luo Xian with anticipation. Once Big Sis has a second personality, someone will be in trouble. The wind chasers saw that Luo Xian's depression was getting worse, and they were all on tenterhooks, until Luo Xian raised her head and revealed her blood-red pupils. She carefully approached her and stuck the 3-star silver-ranked clear heart talisman on her body. "If the heart is as cold as ice, I won't be shaken even if the sky collapses." Luo Xian let out a long sigh of relief and returned to normal. She said, "The incomplete ice heart mantra can't suppress my negative personality anymore. After this big one, we'll pool the money to buy the complete ice heart mantra enhancement card for you, Big Sis." The man in the Taoist robe said softly, "Use the gold-ranked item. Immediately trigger our team battle, right in this world." Luo Xian said, "Big Sis, are you crazy? If we trigger the team battle in advance, there will be punishment measures. We're only a 5-star team, and our opponents will be at least 1 star higher than us, and they'll be ruthless too." The man in the Taoist robe broke down. "You said it yourself. This world is almost balanced between the positive and negative sides. If we stand on Yangguang's side, we might be swept away by the Twin Dragons faction. Other than provoking the Twin Dragons faction, the Demon Sect, the Righteous Sect, Taoism, and other forces that have conflicts with each other. But if we can think of it, so can they. If they set a trap for us, it'll be very dangerous for us to split up and provoke them. At least half of us will die. You should know that my negative personality has a special talent, right?" Luo Xian asked. The short-haired team leader raised his head. "Intuition. Yes, it's like a sixth sense. According to my negative personality's intuition, Yangguang's side is very deep." Luo Xian sighed. "Why is it deep?" The man in the Taoist robe asked nervously. "I don't know, but I keep feeling that if we stand on Yangguang's side, we'll die a terrible death. It's like an immeasurable terror. It makes my heart jump. I even feel that this world has a kind of will that has broken away from the Lord God, and I can feel the Lord God's doubts." Following Luo Xian's words, a strange feeling gradually spread in everyone's hearts. They heard the team leader say decisively, "Don't worry so much. Let's go to Zhengdu first to set up the plan. Even if we really want to trigger a team battle in this world in advance, we have to fight for a sufficient advantage first. The greater the advantage, the more troublesome the opponent in the team battle will be." The man in the Taoist robe complained. Chapter 343. In Riverside Palace, Yangguang stood with his hands behind his back, facing the surging river alone. There was a rock bobbing up and down in the water. When the river water slapped against the rock, it created huge waves that whistled through the air. In Yangguang's ears, The black, heavenly demonic rock was like a deep and endless universe. When it vibrated on the outside, it reverberated with the surging sound of the heavenly river. Yangguang was in a divine state. His spirit turned into the primordial demon, sitting in the stone as if he was sitting at the center of the universe. The water vapor of the Yangtze River drilled into the heavenly demonic stone's apertures, turning into a long river under the primordial demon's knees. It rolled over with a monstrous momentum, crashing against the shore and rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The primordial demon caught the long river like a snake, wrapping it around his body. Demonic chi and the long river breathed together, and in the heavenly demon's hands, it was integrated into his monstrous momentum, dancing along with the heavenly demon's breathing. Finally, the water essence of the long river drilled out of the heavenly demonic stone and seeped into Yangguang's heavenly demon aura. In this alternative state, Yangguang seemed to become one with the Yangtze River. As the vital energy surged in his body, the sound of the rolling waves could be heard. For the first time, the heavenly demon's vital energy showed the characteristics of water. It was continuous and not used frequently. It wasn't until the sun was setting that Yangguang came back to his senses and sighed. The demonic stone is indeed the embryonic form of the mysterious universe. Driven by the force of nature, the remnants of the book of the chaos inside can evolve all kinds of natural images and affect the origin energy of nature. Unfortunately, the heavenly demonic power and the book of the chaos are incompatible, so I can only borrow the essence of martial arts. The moment my original body arrived from beyond the heavens, I broke into the river of time and forcefully covered the entire timeline with the existence of the heavenly demonic stone, tracing it back to ancient times, all for the sake of giving it a reasonable birth. Under the cover of the mysterious universe, who can find the deity's true body inside? No matter how the deity examines it, it is the manifestation of a primitive universe image. Sealed within it is a cold, demonic consciousness. Even if we trace it back to its source, it is just a meteorite that fell from the sky. Next, I'll send it to the over-god space. Yangguang waved his hand, and the heavenly demonic chi wrapped around the heavenly demonic stone returned to his palm. The divine sense that enveloped the entire Zhengdu sensed a few figures that did not fit in with this world. Yangguang immediately smiled. His voice traveled hundreds of meters away and reached the ears of the eunuchs who were waiting by the river. Get me some local chefs of Jiangdu. I want to try the delicacies of Jiangdu. Yes, your majesty. Lu Jin accepted the order and retreated. At this time in Jiangdu City, the disguised samsara travelers were mixed in with the crowd and stepped into a restaurant. When the rookies passed by Jiangdu city gates, they marveled at the bustling and spectacular city. It's indeed a 300-foot city wall. The prosperity here was not inferior to some modern small cities. Is this still the ancient society? This is the world of twin of brothers, but it looks quite prosperous. Is it really an era where the people have no way to make a living after Yangguang ascended the throne? The man in the Taoist robe saw that the behavior of the rookies was out of place and attracted the attention of the people around him. He called for a room and brought everyone in. Listen up, rookies. The plot world is very dangerous. Although we, the wind chasers, are not breeders, we are not some Virgin Mary team either. We are not your nannies. There is no reason for us to take care of you. If you want to survive in this world, you have to show your value and talent. At least, you have to show us that you have the potential to be nurtured. Therefore, you have two choices. One is to enter the nourishment chamber and hand over 80% of your income when you return. The other is to take a loan from me to strengthen yourself and listen to my instructions. The veterans in the other room watched the reactions of the rookies calmly and selected suitable targets. The one with glasses is not bad. He is quite calm. He can be tested and supported into our second team. The captain of the squad, Lu Li, considered. Now, other than the characters in the plot world, it is not suitable for our team to directly select rookies to join. It is time to consider nurturing a second team. After all, They will be our source of blood transfusions in the future. Now, which high-star team doesn't have a bunch of second-generation reincarnators? When we fought our way up from the bottom, we hated those second-generation reincarnators the most. With the blood transfusions from the higher-ups, each of them has a pile of life-saving items. We can absorb the best rookies and challenge the stronger ones. This is all for later. Captain Lu Li said, "The most important thing now is how to get close to Yangguang and gain his trust." Yangguang is very suspicious. If we want to gain his trust, it will not be as easy as with the twin dragons. My opinion is to collect information first and contact him carefully. If we do the wrong thing, our plan to approach the source of the mutation Great Sky Demon may be negatively affected, Luo Xian replied. If it is Jiang capital, there is a storyline character that we must pay attention to. Luo Xian said, "Is it Wei Jinjin?" The captain asked. "Yes, there is also Old Feng. We can't ignore this. How did Old Feng die?" "He was executed by Yang Guang. He was recruited as Yang Guang's chef. A chef of the lowest level was actually executed by the emperor. There must be a side quest in this." The half-elf suddenly thought of this. Wei Jinjin meeting you in Huaji is also a problem. This is probably the side quest of Yuan Huaji and Yangguang's conflict. I suggest we pay attention to this. The half-elf suggested, "Zhang Zhongheng, think of a way to get information about this world. Your enhancement type is quite different from this world. This world's resistance to magic should be quite weak. You can use charm to get basic information about this world, but you can't abuse it. Otherwise, the world will reject you." The captain ordered the half-elf. "You can't charm the martial artists in this world." Luo Xian emphasized, "The martial arts in Tang Dynasty place a lot of emphasis on spirit. Don't overdo it, Luo Heng." The captain turned around and ordered the bow-wielding man, "You keep an eye on Wei Jinjin." "Luo Xian, I'll go and play tricks." Luo Xian blinked and said playfully, "The fairy of Ci Hangjing Zhai is coming out." The captain sighed. "Before we use the equipment for group battle, we should quickly divide our forces and complete the formation. If we wait until the group battle starts, we will be seeking death. There seems to be Du Fui's army, next to Jiang capital. It would be best if someone could go and subdue them. At least we need to nail down a nail." Chapter 344. The half-elf Zhang Zhongheng walked out of the restaurant. The sky had just fallen, and the streets were lit with candles. Although the pedestrians weren't as busy as during the day, it was still lively. He could even hear the drunken voices of the customers walking past him. His Majesty has arrived at Jiangdu and lifted the alcohol ban and curfew. That's why the brothels in the city dare to open at night. We're going to have a good time today. Sai, come. So Yangguang has already arrived at Jiangdu. Zhang Zhongheng thought to himself, I should have directly controlled an official to search for information. But this time the captain wants us to be more cautious. It's better not to touch the officials first. It's better to find the local gangsters first. Regardless of the time, the local gangs were always the most well-informed people. The rats that lived in the lower levels of the city would always be the first to notice the slightest movement. Zhang Zhongheng wanted to find these people, or at the very least, their small leaders. On the blue stone street under the night sky, only the brothels on both sides were brightly lit. A few well-dressed businessmen laughed loudly as they walked past Zhang Zhongheng. The pimp at the door immediately greeted them with a smile, but Zhang Zhongheng's attention wasn't on them at all. He hid in the shadows at the side and stared at some well-dressed men standing in the corner with their arms crossed. They were dressed in clean clothes. Some of them even bared their chests. Their eyes swept across the passers-by, cold and alert. Only Zhang Zhongheng, this kind of observant person, would notice the bamboo branch pattern embroidered on the front of their heavily worn clothes. Most of the men here only had one or two. This represented Yangzhou's local bully, the symbol of the Bamboo Flower Gang. Under the leader of the Bamboo Flower Gang, there was a military advisor, followed by the four halls of wind, clear, rain, and dew, which led the branch leaders, incense masters, and the gang members. Their status was determined by the bamboo on their lapels. The gang leader had 10 bamboos, and the gang members at the bottom had 1 bamboo. Once every 3 years, the Bamboo Forest Assembly would be held to discuss the important matters of the gang, as well as the promotion and punishment of the hall leaders and branch leaders. Zhang Zhongheng looked at the greedy and cold eyes of these people and suddenly laughed. A moment later, Zhang Zhongheng, who was dressed like a rich young master, came out from the shadows. He deliberately acted as if he had just come out from a brothel and could not even stand steadily. He staggered to the side alley as if he needed to go to the toilet. Sure enough, 2 men immediately followed him into the alley with gleaming eyes. They harbored malicious intentions. When the 2 of them disappeared from everyone's sight and entered the dark and secluded alley, a hand grabbed their necks and pulled them deeper into the alley. Zhang Zhongheng pulled out an arrow and pressed the sharp arrowhead against their throats. The cold aura of death directly tore apart the 2 unlucky fellows' intention to resist. Zhang Zhongheng's palm landed on the back of one of the unlucky fellow's neck, knocking him unconscious. Zhang Zhongheng increased the force in his hand that was holding the arrow. The fine steel arrowhead cut open the man's skin, stinging his nerves. I ask you answer. I'll wake the person on the ground later. If there's anything wrong, I'll take your life. Yes, yes, yes. Hero, please spare my life. You're from the Bamboo Flower Gang? Which hall? Zhang Zhongheng asked. This lowly one is called Wang Yongdang. I'm Wind Hall's Lord Shao's subordinate. Where are the 4 halls of the Bamboo Flower Gang in charge of? Hero, I only know that our Wind Hall is mainly responsible for surveillance, gathering information, and drawing water from the shops in the west of the city. The Rain Hall seems to have someone in charge of enforcing the family law. I really don't know anything else. Hero, where is the Wind Hall's hall? It's... Seeing the hesitation on Wang Yongdong's face, Zhang Zhongheng's face turned cold. His other empty hand reached out and grabbed Wang Yongdong's right hand that was hidden behind his back. With a light twist, he broke it. Wang Yongdong's mournful cry was blocked by Zhang Zhongheng's stomach. His face was deathly pale, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. He whimpered and waited for the pain to subside. Zhang Zhongheng once again ruthlessly twisted his hand. This time he was in so much pain that his eyes stared blankly, and he fell into a state of dizziness. When Zhang Zhongheng asked again, he answered everything. Zhang Zhongheng noted down the address and the facial features and habits of the branch masters of the Wind Hall. Then he continued to ask, "What's the most important thing in Jianghu right now? Do you have any news about Yuan Wenji looking for those 2 boys in Jiangdu? And where is Yang Guang? The most important news in Jianghu right now is about his jade. It's said that the secret of longevity, Eunuch Yang's treasury, and his jade are all in the hands of Kuozhong and Su Jiling. They call themselves the Yangzhou Twin Dragons. They are the people General Yuan is looking for. But General Yuan has been executed by His Majesty. Now both sides are looking for them. No matter who finds them, they will have the world's most powerful martial art manuals, the most important wealth, and the most important power. Whether they take the secret and his jade to the imperial court or hand it over to the rebel army, they will become heroes in one go. Recently, our clan master ordered that whoever has news about the twin dragons can be promoted to branch master directly if they report to the clan master. If the branch master has news, he will be promoted to branch master directly. So, all the brothers are looking for them, and His Majesty is now in Jiangdu. It is said that he is staying in Linjiang Palace. I really don't know anything else. Zhang Zhongheng continued to interrogate him for other questions. In the end, he controlled his mind and checked the previous questions. After confirming that there were no mistakes, He broke the man's neck and woke up the other unlucky man. After asking a few questions that the other man did not know, Zhang Zhongheng manipulated the plants and buried their bodies, seeing the twisted willow roots wrapping the two bodies and burrowing into the ground. Zhang Zhongheng demonstrated the traces on the ground and left the alley. The entrance of the wind hall was located in a relatively remote alley. Several strong men in black were monitoring the entrance and the end of the alley. It seemed to be empty, but in fact, it was secretly heavily guarded. It was difficult to sneak in easily, but this was only for ordinary people. For samsara travelers, this was no different from an unguarded door. The entrance of the hall was a place for important people to rest. Outside the door, there were more than a dozen men with excellent martial arts guarding. Zhang Zhongheng pushed the door open. The man in black next to him let him in as if he didn't see him. This was a very exquisite, small courtyard with a small bridge and flowing water. It was full of fun, but Zhang Zhongheng felt a trace of unusual movement, as if someone was standing next to him. He took out the short knife in his hand and walked quietly, but he heard a chuckle. Interesting little thing. Zhang Zhongheng jumped into the shadow next to him. He looked in the direction of the sound and only saw a young and handsome man with a pale face and no beard playing with a thin knife in his hand. The man's voice was feminine. He smiled at him and said, "You can't be thinking that Jiangdu is under the control of the emperor, so you can easily sneak in." Chapter 345. Zhang Zhongheng raised his head in surprise and asked, "Who did you say you were?" But he only heard the man's chuckle, and in an instant a blade light swept out from Yu Huatian's right hand, a short and narrow blade with unfathomable sharpness. The distance of several feet between the two of them was crossed in an instant, not giving Zhang Zhongheng any time to react. The short blade in his right hand hurriedly met the blade, and Zhang Zhongheng's figure quickly retreated, wanting to escape from the sharpness of this blade. Ever since entering the main god space, Zhang Zhongheng could be said to have experienced hundreds of battles. Whether it was his on-the-spot reactions or his judgment, they were extremely accurate. As soon as the saber light appeared, he knew that he couldn't block it. Neither his defensive tools nor his defensive skills could block it. The short knife and the thin knife clashed, like lightning streaking across the night sky. Zhang Zhongheng felt an incomparably dangerous aura as if it had discovered his flaw. At the same time, his right hand trembled violently, almost unable to hold onto the dagger in his hand. The sharp killing intent caused his hair to stand on end. F***CK. We've already weathered so many storms and waves, but we're actually going to capsize in this easy ditch. Zhang Zhongheng roared in his heart. Zhang Zhongheng's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. At this critical moment, Zhang Zhongheng couldn't care less about Luo Xian's warning and used his own mental power. An invisible mental wave rushed towards Yu Huatian through his eyes, causing the thin blade in his hand to slightly pause. Bloodthirst! Zhang Zhongheng let out a furious roar as his entire body glowed with a tyrannical bloody light. At this time, the originally delicate and slender half-elf's muscles bulged like iron, and his veins popped out. It was as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast, and the dagger in his hand was like the fangs of a ferocious beast, madly biting forward. Under Zhang Zhongheng's mental impact, Yu Huatian was only dazed for an instant before his martial will was like blade light, slashing out all the external factors that were affecting his will. Facing Zhang Zhongheng's crazy counterattack, Yu Huatian's battle intent also rose to a new height, but his mind became more and more clear. The thin blade in his hand was like flowing water, reflecting the moonlight in the sky. In the pitch-black night, his mind was like the ancient bright moon, in the vast sky, above the clouds cold clear, reflecting the blade light flowing in his hand. The bright moon on the saber, the bright moon in his heart, and the bright moon in the sky suddenly became one. It splashed towards the ferocious beast. The blade aura was like the moonlight, penetrating through every opening. His movement technique was like a reflection in a well, like the reflection of the moon in the water. The fangs in Zhang Zhongheng's hands were unable to lock onto his aura, and the slash that was filled with blood and violence clashed with Yu Huatian's thin blade countless times. The moonlight became more and more agile, and the thin knife became more and more skillful. Only Zhang Zhongheng's struggles gradually became weaker. There was less and less space for him to counterattack, and less opportunities for him to take the initiative. In just 2 breaths of time, there was less than an instant left for him to counterattack. It seemed like he could only passively defend, allowing Yu Huatian's saber light to move freely, reflecting the bright moon in his heart and his eyes. Zhang Zhongheng was forced to activate the special effect of the dagger. The dagger seemed to be shrouded in a black fog, and it carried a thick, dizzying smell of blood. It turned into many illusions in his hands, as if there were 8 daggers swinging at him at the same time. The cold, soul-like illusions in the black fog let out shrill screams that shocked people's minds. Vampire daggers strengthened special effect. Banshee's Howl. Zhang Zhongheng was prepared to seize the opportunity that Banshee's Howl had bought him, but he only saw Yu Huatian's eyes as clear as the mouth of a well, carrying a penetrating, cold, and almost absolutely calm martial will. As the blade aura in his hands flashed, the reflected blade aura in Yu Huatian's eyes slashed away the distracting thoughts caused by Banshee's Howl. The blade slashes the physical body. The heart slashes away all distracting thoughts. I hate martial arts experts. It was only now that Zhang Zhongheng remembered Luo Xian's reminder. Although martial arts experts did not have the superb spiritual cultivation of the Buddhist Vajra body, clear glass body, or 8 lands motionless body, but in the process of battle they would be highly focused and their spirit would be in sync with their martial arts. It was very rare for them to be affected by mental attacks. On the contrary, if one tried to use mental attacks to affect those true martial arts experts, it would only result in the backlash of failure, allowing them to seize the opportunity. Illusory sound technique, controlling light, concealing thoughts, Zhang Zhongheng used the casting tools to activate these 3 crucial low-level spells. At the same time, he cast true vision on himself, using psionic energy to enlighten his thoughts and attain a godly state. Sound, light, and mental obstruction were completely unable to mislead Yu Huatian. His martial will had locked onto Zhang Zhongheng's real body, and all disturbances were unable to distort this reality. Because of the distraction, Zhang Zhongheng's resistance had already reached an extremely dangerous state. The sharp blade that was like the moonlight was only a tiny opening away from his vitals. It was only then that Zhang Zhongheng deeply understood the meaning behind Luo Xian's warning. The martial arts experts in the storyline world were different from those who had been strengthened in the creator space. They had true enlightenment, and they had experienced countless battles and the forging of time, forging absolute martial will. Compared to them, the mind and will that had been strengthened by psionic energy were like rough and loose boulders. Those with wills that were like tofu could naturally be crushed. However, if they were to encounter those sharp, firm, and unyielding steel longswords, even if they were to control the huge boulders weighing 1,000 jin to go up against them, it would still be an extremely dangerous thing. In the hands of psionic warlocks, there were all sorts of unpredictable changes. They could control the opponent's mind at any time, affect the opponent's judgment, and were even more dangerous than the strengthening of martial arts in close combat. If they were to encounter a martial will that had been honed, tempered, and forged countless times, it would be a bloody battle where they had no advantage at all. There's not much time left. If this goes on, I won't even have the chance to escape. As time passed, Zhang Zhongheng, who appeared to be expressionless, felt extremely shocked and anxious. Although he did not know if this Yu Huatian was the Yu Huatian he knew, in terms of martial arts, he was at least 100 times more ruthless than the Western Depot superintendent in his memories. In Dragon Gate flying armor, Yu Huatian was at most a 4-star, but this one is at least a 6-star pinnacle. This is you, Huatian. Even Invincible East is not as ruthless as him. The Green Dawn version of Invincible East is only stronger than him by 1 star. What's going on with this world? Why did even you, Huatian, come out? And shouldn't he be using a sword? Why is his saber technique so fierce? This doesn't make sense. Zhang Zhongheng roared in his heart, but the situation in his hands became even more dangerous. Master-level cold weapon mastery, he refined, was full of openings under Yu Huatian's saber technique. Even he did not expect that there would be so many openings and weaknesses. The thin saber in Yu Huatian's hands moved about at will, and he could always move about with ease through the defenses that Zhang Zhongheng believed were impenetrable. Yu Huatian could easily cut through the defenses that Zhang Zhongheng believed were impenetrable, and he could easily tear apart the defenses that Zhang Zhongheng tried to protect tightly. If it were not for the fact that reincarnators had a lot of items and a variety of methods, Zhang Zhongheng did not doubt that the narrow thin saber would have cut through his 6-yang chief a long time ago. The most terrifying thing was Yu Huatian's body movements. No matter how hard Zhang Zhongheng tried and how many spirit energy methods he used, he could not lock down on Yu Huatian's presence. It was as if he did not exist in this world. If Shi Zhishuan or Master Empty Zen were here, they might be able to recognize this philosophical reasoning that was almost the same as immortal seals. But to Zhang Zhongheng, who did not understand the seamless saber technique at all, being unable to lock down on Yu Huatian's aura practically made him lose most of his methods. This was also why he was always at a disadvantage. Yu Huatian's martial arts restrained him too much, and even if he had a lot of methods, he could not bring out even half of them. Superform transformation, haunted by vengeful spirits. Zhang Zhongheng shouted and slid forward. With bloodlust, his iron-like arms suddenly swelled up again. He closed his hands around the short saber and swung it down with a howl. At the same time, he activated the only close-range skill he had, Kasaya Slash. The sharp saber chi sliced through the air and went straight for Yu Huatian's chest. But when the thin saber cut into the vital part of Yu Huatian's chi, it was completely destroyed. Zhang Zhongheng widened his eyes in disbelief, and he roared in his heart. You think a 5-star bronze technique is a normal attack? This is 2F** king much. But shock could not replace reality. Just as Yu Huatian was about to pull back his saber and cut Zhang Zhongheng in half, the black fog on the vampire dagger in his right hand left his body and pounced on Yu Huatian's face. But as the saber flashed, it was completely destroyed. You can even cut negative energy, like haunted by vengeful spirits? Chapter 346. Zhang Zhongheng was finally awakened by the strong smell of medicine. When he opened his eyes and saw his teammates, he relaxed and collapsed on the bed. Omega, after this trip, I'm pretty much useless. Zhang Zhongheng changed his lying position so that he could see his teammates' faces. He closed his hands and wiped his face to clear his mind. He took a steaming hot cup of tea from the kettle beside him and took a sip before saying softly, I almost couldn't make it back today. 6 damn eunuchs were after me. There were also countless monsters. In order not to drag you guys down, I took a detour outside the city and almost got myself killed. What happened? Luo Xian asked him seriously. You guys are right, this world is deep. Zhang Zhongheng was still scared when he recalled. Yu Huatian and Lu Jin? Or Chao Huachun? Either way, they're all 5-star eunuchs chasing after me. I'm scared when I see eunuchs now. 1 eunuch is a 5-star pinnacle martial artist. 2 eunuchs together are comparable to 6 stars. We've underestimated Yang Guang. Yang Guang is definitely more terrifying than we thought. You guys can't imagine how terrifying his group of eunuchs are. The Sunflower Treasure is a widely recognized 4-star martial art. It can help a martial artist reach 4 stars in the shortest time. Although the price is a little high, the Samsara realm can make up for it. It's just that the price is 100 times the price of a 4-star martial art. It's not worth it, but it's different in the storyline world. Do you think this Yang Guang is also a reincarnator? He used a martial art similar to the Sunflower Treasure to train experts in batches and dominate the storyline world. The Taoist-robed male lead's imagination went wild. Impossible. Luo Xian rejected his idea and explained, "We've tried the gold-grade item that causes group battles in advance. Yang Guang's identity in God's realm is indeed a reincarnator. Otherwise the realm would have notified us. And that Yu Huatian isn't fake either." Zhang Zhongheng also raised an objection. He recalled and said, "I fought with Yu Huatian face to face. You should know that the moves of martial arts experts are highly synchronized with their spirit. From the feeling of his moves, it is indeed very similar to Yu Huatian, just that he is stronger, more ruthless, and more ruthless. He's definitely not someone that any eunuch can impersonate." Other than Zhang Zhongheng, no one else had ever seen Yu Huatian, so all their guesses were just guesses. Although this name vaguely explained something, there was a layer of fog separating them, making it impossible to see clearly, instead causing their thoughts to become chaotic once again. Captain Lu Li pondered for a moment, then raised her head and asked, "Zhongheng, can you compare Yu Huatian's level among samsara travelers?" "At the very least, they are the most dangerous group among the 5-star martial artists." Zhang Zhongheng recalled and said, "His spiritual will is extremely firm, although he doesn't have a very high realm. He is definitely at the peak of the current star level in terms of martial arts mentality. He can almost touch the 6-star level in battle. He has a saber technique that is at least a 5-star silver level saber technique and a 6-star silver level qi cultivation technique. As for his qi, it's very similar to Sunflower Manual, but it's also pure yin. Most of the veterans among us can only be on par with him in terms of strength, but even the stronger 6-star martial artists can't crush him. He's the type of person who stands at the peak because he's very tenacious, and he's very difficult to deal with." When they heard Zhang Zhongheng's analysis, most of the veterans sank into silence. It was only now that they truly understood the true meaning behind the words "the water runs deep" and "the world with mutated plots." They understood the fatal danger hidden under the surface. The eunuchs under Yang Guang had already reached the peak of 5-star martial artists, and it was not just 1 or 2 of them. This time, there were already 6 of them who came out to kill Zhang Zhongheng. Then, were there stronger people above them? 6-star martial artists? 7-star martial artists? How strong was Yang Guang himself? How strong was the twin dragons who stood against Yang Guang? Most of the veterans were only at the level of 5-star martial artists, let alone the newbies. If they led a group fight and the plot went berserk, how many people would be able to survive? No one could guarantee that. 6 5-star martial artists at the peak of 5-star martial artists. It was more than enough to kill Shi Zhishuan. How did the revolutionary army of this world survive? Where did the rain field and the heavenly demonic power come from? Luo Xian sighed. "Perhaps our best decision is to join Yang Guang's side. I keep feeling that even the Lord God doesn't know the ins and outs of Yang Guang's side. How is that possible? Let alone 8-star martial artists, even 10-star martial artists, or even 11-star martial artists can't get rid of the Lord God's control. How could there be something that even the Lord God can't control in a mere Tang dynasty?" The man in the Taoist robe shook his head. "I want to meet Yang Guang," Luo Xian suddenly said. "If we don't have direct, first-hand information, no matter how detailed our investigation of Yang Guang is, there may be serious deviations. If we want to get to the truth, we can only start with Yang Guang. No, it's too dangerous." The captain rejected. "Without enough foreshadowing, it's too dangerous to come into contact with this kind of unpredictable powerhouse who isn't directly under our camp. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to rescue him in time, especially this kind of villain plot character. Yang Guang seems to be the ultimate boss, but there are enough benefits for us to take this risk. Luo Xian explained. If it's too dangerous, I'd rather give up on the hidden plot reward of the source of the mutation, the captain replied. Luo Xian shook his head. It's not the source of the mutation, it's Yang Guang. Yang Guang himself is a huge benefit. If we start a team battle in advance, then we can use the strange power of this world to scheme against the opponent. If we can use this to get through the team battle, that will be our greatest benefit. A mutated plot world like this is a crisis, but it's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As far as I know, not many people have encountered a mutated plot of this level. In Linjiang Palace, Yang Guang looked at a piece of granite presented by a chamberlain. It was like bright flesh and blood, showing the tissue structure of the flesh and blood under the skin, but the texture was solid granite. True qi seeped into this strange rock, and the texture, structure, and even a strange fluctuation appeared in Yang Guang's mind. This is what you took from that mysterious person. Yang Guang asked Yu Huatian, who was kneeling on the steps. Yu Huatian replied, reporting to your majesty, that person is very strange. When this servant's saber cut his body, it felt like it was flesh and blood. But when the saber hit him, it turned into a piece of rock. I only managed to cut 2 CUN deep. This is it. Yang Guang laughed. Interesting. He flicked his sleeves and walked into the palace without looking back. Chapter 347. Zhang Xiaofeng and Luo Xian stood on the bank of the Yangtze River, looking at the Eastern Peak ship in the middle of the river. That was the cargo ship of the Eastern Peak sect. In the past few days, they had used various methods to obtain information that shocked even themselves. The famous East and West Depot and those dazzling names had completely dispelled the reincarnation team's plan to infiltrate the palace and wait for an opportunity to meet Yang Guang. They had also stopped playing dirty. The reputation of the East and West depots was simply too shocking. In that case, not only did they have to bribe Yu Shiji, they also needed to establish a relationship with him. In that case, according to the plot, the Eastern Peak Sect's account book is the only thing we have confidence in meeting Yang Guang. It's worth at least a bronze item card. So we have to come and fight for the job with the 2 main characters. Luo Xian sat barefoot on the bank of the river, lightly tapping the water with his feet as he said with a smile. Zhang Xiaofeng hesitated. With the current situation of the twin dragons, I don't think they need the account book anymore. Yu Wenhua is dead, but according to our information, they really are up there. Luo Xian pointed at the big ship on the river. The Eastern Peak sect is a big arms dealer. Yang Guang doesn't need them, but there are people who want to control them. For example, those who want to rebel but lack weapons. So the twin dragons are probably being used again. They're the main characters. Their biggest value is being used. This time we have to get familiar with them and lay a foreshadowing. The 2 waited until the moon was high in the sky and the surroundings were dark. Then they rowed the small boat to the center of the river. This was a very prosperous waterway. Even at night, it was still brightly lit. Close to the shore, there were crickets and needles and boats. Luo Xian stood at the bow of the boat, listening to the singing of fishermen in the night. In his eyes there were stars in the sky and the beautiful scenery of the Milky Way. The water rustled on the bow of the boat. Everything was like a dream. Luo Xian sang softly, living at the head of the Wuchu River, a small boat amidst the waves. Let the north and the south roam with the east and west, without tiredness or worry. The heavens can't keep us. Last year on this day, Lanjiang Ferry, today's Shangpu is also Baekyu. Let us forget our worries. See red catnip, Xiangjiang, autumn on both sides. Wearing a bamboo hat, wearing a green raincoat with a long silk rod in hand, there is no need to be restrained, no need to worry. The clear voice echoed on the river, startling Zhang Xiaofeng, who was on the boat. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The song echoed in the middle of the empty river, and even the sound of the rushing water could not drown it out. In the distance, There was a slight commotion on the Dongming Sec ship. Someone shone a lantern in their direction. The dazzling whale candlelight illuminated the night sky, making the stars in the sky and the Yangtze River under their feet look even deeper. From a place further away, the faint sound of a zither could be heard. It was lingering and incomplete, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. It seemed to match the fisherman's song. Luo Xian turned around and said to Zhang Xiaofeng, "Help me row the boat over there." She was pointing at the source of the sound. Zhang Xiaofeng did not want to argue with him over such a small matter. He casually hit the surface of the water and the boat changed direction. Luo Xian made a smiling expression that said, "At least you know what's good for you." Satisfied, she turned around and sang the fisherman's song again. The wudong tree in the golden well, a leaf falls and floats. The wind blows cold and bleak. Let the fisherman's joy be free and unfettered. The moonlight stretches far into the night. The wind is silent and sparse. In the Han River, fishing straight, the meaning is not for the fish. The romance of the moon, at the head of the river, when the seven-string zither is tuned. Under the distant starry sky, a middle-aged scholar stopped playing the zither and poured wine while listening to the movements in the distance. Hearing the song, he suddenly laughed loudly. Green bamboo hat, green raincoat, the slanting wind at dusk does not need to return. A cup of turbid wine is drunk on the river. The fisherman's song is accompanied by the huqin at night. He waved his sleeve and hit the surface of the water. The boat shot out like an arrow, heading towards the middle of the river. Faintly, it was several hundred feet long, its momentum still lingering. When he sat down, his hand was already placed on the zither on his knee. With a twist of his hand, he had already suppressed a clear tune. They were already close to the middle of the river, and the current was very rapid. Without any human control, the two small boats had already moved along with the current and sailed together with the big boat. The night breeze on the river was slightly cold, and the lights around them gradually moved further away. Luo Xian's song was quiet and beautiful, and there was a hint of desolation in her voice. In the night sky and the river, the loneliness had left. Together with the sound of the zither, it gave birth to a sense of vastness in the world and the rivers. Luo Xian took the long wormwood. She poked a little out into the water and controlled the direction of the small boat. Several hundred meters away from her, the middle-aged scholar had a zither on his knee, drinking to his heart's content against the night breeze. As he wiped away the wine stains on his fluttering hair and beard, he played with the zither. The speed of the small boat was fast to begin with. Although it had started slower than the big boat of the Eastern Peak sect, it had already caught up. The disciples of the Eastern Peak sect had long been alarmed by the fisherman's song and the sound of the zither. They poked out their whale candles, brightly illuminating the bow and stern of the boat. When the patrolling disciples discovered the two small boats behind them, they immediately made a ruckus. Shang Ming poked his head out of the stern and looked back, only to see a woman in white holding a long wormwood, riding on the night breeze and stepping towards them. Her body was as swift as a duck, drifting like a god, treading on the waves, her stockings stirring up dust. At this moment, Shang Ming only had this line in his mind, which could describe this scene. In a trance, he seemed to see the goddess of Luo stepping on the river water and slowly approaching. Luo Xian's embroidered shawls and stockings were wet. She stepped on the river water and descended from the sky. The long wormwood hit the surface of the water and suddenly bounced up like a crooked bamboo. Carrying Luo Xian, she rose several feet into the air and flew towards the big boat of the Eastern Peak sect like a fairy. Only then did Shang Ming come back to his senses. He led Shang Bang and Shang Kuei-tai to greet her. In order to avoid offending the beauty, he didn't even draw the long saber at his waist, signaling the other two to be cautious enough to draw their weapons. As soon as Shang Ming saw Luo Xian, he asked as if he had lost his soul, "Is it Fairy Shi who has graced us with her presence?" "I am Shang Ming. Apologies for not coming out to greet you." Luo Xian smiled as she took out the long wormwood and asked softly, I heard that you have the account book of the Eastern Peak sect, written by a beauty's handwriting. In it are the secrets of the aristocratic families and the volunteer army. I couldn't help but want to obtain it to win Yang Guang's trust. Tonight, I will come to collect it on the moonlight. You are so elegant that I won't waste my time. Shang Ming's expression changed. He heard Shang Bang beside him ask, "How did you know about the account book of the Eastern Peak sect? Who are you? Please tell me your name." Luo Xian smiled and asked, "Taking without asking is a thief. Today I have asked you 3 times. Are you going to hand over the account book or not?" She then shook her head with a smile and said, "Forget it, I won't be polite with you. This account book, I will take it myself." With that said, the long wormwood in her hand had already shot out. The green bamboo pole was extremely flexible and tough. With a slight wave of her hand, the tip of the pole had already swung into a flower with a radius of 3 feet, knocking down the weapons in the hands of several Eastern Peak sect disciples. Before Shang Ming could say anything, he saw an azure dragon swimming out from the beauty's hand. Chapter 348. The wormwood emerged from the water, bringing with it a few drops of water. Under the illumination of the whale candle, it looked like a string of pearls spilling out. They bounced off the wormwood and broke the fierce wind like pearls, disappearing into the air silently like raindrops. Shang Bang was the first to bear the brunt of it. He only felt a drop of water falling on his chest, followed by a powerful force that made him unable to react in the slightest before he was sent flying into the air. His 4 limbs stretched forward while his body flew backwards, hitting the deck behind him. The several inches thick wooden planks were smashed into smithereens. Shang Bang lay paralyzed in the debris and had already stopped breathing. At the same time, several Dongming sect disciples were hit by the water droplets. They flew backward and fainted on the ground. In an instant, Shang Ming and the others were shocked. A mere drop of water could carry the power of a dragon and elephant. This level of martial arts was close to the legendary level. Most people were confused as to what was going on. However, Luo Xian did not stop. She pulled out the wormwood and turned around. She was already surrounded by the crowd. "Kill!" The Dongming sect disciples stepped on the formation. Their feet were firm and steady. As the ship bobbed up and down in the waves, their martial arts echoed with each other. They lowered their bodies and retracted their hands. Their movements were in sync with each other. It was as if they were one person wielding their swords and sabers, slashing at Luo Xian. Luo Xian did not seem to feel anything. The wormwood was bent into the shape of an arch bridge. The bamboo pole, which was 3 to 4 meters long, was controlled by her like an arm. It was as flexible as a green python. This strike was like the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens was unpredictable. That was why this strike had no head or tail. It was like a green python coming out of the blue. The will of the heavens could not be taken away. That was why this strike was unstoppable. Luo Xian opened her beautiful eyes and stared at the disciples of the Eastern Peak sect being slapped into the air. At this moment, Shang Ming saw that her eyes were like the vault of the heavens, filled with boundless depths and no emotions. "What kind of martial arts is this?" Shang Ming asked in fear. "The first technique of the heavenly book of indifference. Will of the heavens." Shang Ming said sadly, "Will of the heavens." He had already lost all will to fight. If he had looked at her as if she was a woman before, now he no longer had such thoughts. When he looked at her again, she was like a holy being. Only a divine being could wield the will of heaven, but he did not understand how they were worthy of such a martial art. It should have been carved in Song Kei's Hall of Sharpening. It should have been used to fight against Shi Jishuan's undying seals. It should have been used to strike the vital spots of the 8 great elites in the evil cult. And it should have been used against Clearsword. It should not have been used on pawns like him. When Luo Xian walked past him, the future leader of the Eastern Peak sect could only close his eyes and wait for death. In the distance, the middle-aged scholar on the small boat stood up absent-mindedly. His eyes seemed to see a peerless master standing alone at the head of the river. Of course, it was not Luo Xian, but the peerless talent behind her. The Eastern Peak sect hasn't stirred up any trouble. Why do you have to force us? Madame Dongming came out of the cabin and looked at Luo Xian. She had seen everything clearly from below and knew that no one on the ship could withstand a single move from this woman. Therefore, she could only stand out and try to clear up the misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with you. It's just that I know there must be evidence on the account books of all the aristocratic families and volunteer sects buying weapons. I need this evidence to prove my allegiance to the imperial court, Luo Xian said indifferently. Madame Dongming was even more puzzled. She asked in surprise, "Goddess, you are peerless and noble. You are like a lotus and jade, as if you are above the mortal world. Why do you want to participate in the filthy struggle for power in the imperial court? The world is in chaos, but can't you be untainted by the mud?" Luo Xian glanced at the two heads hiding behind Madame Dongming and knew that they were the main characters of this world, Kuozhong and Su Jiling. However, with the appearance of Yangguang, who practiced the heavenly demonic power, it was unknown how long their luck could protect them. Luo Xian only glanced at them coldly and ignored them. Instead, she said to Madame Dongming, "In fact, not only the account books, but you and the entire Eastern Peak sect are also proof of my allegiance. Now tell me, are you going to hand over the account books or not?" Madame Dongming was at a loss and did not know what to do. Under Luo Xian's coercion, she could not resist, but she also refused to surrender. Her beautiful eyebrows were pressed together in a painful manner. In panic, her beautiful eyes looked around, hoping that someone would come and disrupt the situation. However, Shuanglong had ill intentions. Although Kuozhong was drooling, he did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, someone shouted, "Stop!" Everyone turned around and saw Princess Dongming standing by the side, holding an account book as if she was going to throw it into the river. Shuanglong and Madame Dongming panicked and shouted, "No!" However, Luo Xian still stood calmly and looked at her with interest. Seeing that his target was about to drown, Kuozhong quickly said, "Goddess, isn't this the account book you asked for? You won't just watch it get destroyed, will you?" Luo Xian smiled and shook her head. "What's there to be afraid of? There are two anyway. If you really destroy that one, I'll take this living account book and give it to Yangguang." She pointed at Madame Dongming and said, "Who knows, there might be unexpected benefits." Dan Wanjing looked at Luo Xian, not knowing how such shameless words came out of this woman's mouth. Kuozhong was afraid that she would really destroy the account book, so he scared her. Wow! Yangguang, that incapable emperor, is an old lecher. It's really tragic for someone as beautiful as Madame to fall into his hands. Luo Xian smiled very relaxedly. She leaned against the mast without any manners and nodded in agreement. "That's it. I'm not the one who will suffer losses, right? When the time comes, I'll capture you too and let Yangguang pluck the two of you. From then on, the emperor will not have morning court." She sang the last line in an opera tone, scaring Dan Wanjing so much that her face turned pale. Kuozhong and Luo Xian played the good cop and the bad cop. "Princess, the account book is a small matter, but the loss of chastity is a big matter. You can't do something that hurts your loved ones and pleases your enemies just because of a moment of anger." Dan Wanjing looked at the account book in her hand, then looked at her mother, who was in a panic. She still felt that Kuozhong's words made sense, so she hesitantly handed over the account book in her hand and said, "You have to promise to let my mother and me go after you get it." Kuozhong nodded and walked forward, slowly wanting to take the account book, but he said, "Take your time, leave it to me, I'll bring it to Sister Fairy." His eyes glanced down the ship, and at the same time he secretly made a gesture to Su Jiling. He took the account book and carefully wrapped it under Luo Xian's smile, looking like he was giving it to her, but in fact he was approaching the side of the ship. "Look at this." He pretended to throw the account book over, but at the same time he quickly put it in his arms, only throwing out a piece of rag. His body slid like a loach, and he was about to dive into the water. But before he could jump out, there was an extra palm on his shoulder, pressing him to the ground. The palm was clean and slender, the joints were well proportioned, and it was very beautiful. But this time, when Kuo Zhong was pressed on his shoulder by such a palm, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He just smiled and cried, "Fairy, sister fairy!" Chapter 349. Luo Xian produced the wrapped account book from Kuo Zhong's chest and flipped through it while saying with a chuckle, "What a clever brat! Even I was almost fooled. I can tell from your shifty eyes that you are not the children of an honest family. Tell me, who sent you here to steal this account book?" Dan Wanjing stared at Kuo Zhong and Su Jilin with an expression of disbelief. When she finally came to, she said angrily, "Who sent you to approach me?" Without waiting for Kuo Zhong's reply, she drew her sword and placed it on his shoulder. Kuo Zhong glanced at Luo Xian as though he were asking for help, but the latter only smiled and turned back to look at the river. It was clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Kuo Zhong realized that the situation wasn't looking good. He had always been quick-witted and knew that the Eastern Peak sect wouldn't dare provoke an aristocratic army like the 4 great clans. He immediately made up a story. "We're spies sent by the Song clan. Of the 4 great clans, only our Song clan and the Li clan are left. As the saying goes, it's better for a fellow Taoist to die than for me. Yangguang has wreaked havoc in the world with his terrifying might. As long as we can obtain evidence of the Li clan buying weapons from your Eastern Peak sect, we'll be able to divert Yangguang's attention to the Li clan and prevent him from attacking Southern Ridge." "Is it someone from the Song clan?" Madame Dongming muttered. She sighed all of a sudden. "Our Eastern Peak sect's weapons business is too big. Now that chaos is upon us, a tall tree attracts the wind. Even without the Song clan, there's still the Li clan, the Yang clan." With that, she glanced at Luo Xian. "Perhaps it's someone from the imperial court. Sai, we're already prisoners. Why should we blame them?" Put down the sword," Madame Dongming persuaded. Kuo Zhong heaved a sigh of relief after feeling the weight on his shoulder lighten. He glanced at Luo Xian, who was standing at the bow with her hands behind her back, and begged for mercy. "Sister Fairy, we're young and ignorant. Now that we've explained everything, how are you going to deal with us?" "Of course, we're going to capture him and give him to Yangguang. It's not bad to be an extra." Luo Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "I think Yangguang is also very interested to know who wants this account book." When Kuo Zhong and Su Jilin heard this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They cried bitterly in their hearts. "This is so bitter. If you send us to Yangguang, isn't that sending us to a tiger's den and a wolf's den? The He's jade that we took away is much more important than a mere account book." However, before they could come up with a solution, they heard Luo Xian say, "Lock them up and change course. We're heading to Jiangdu." The people of the Eastern Peak sect could only answer, "Yes." By the time everything was ready, the distant sky had already turned white, and the stars in the sky had dispersed. It was almost sunrise. Zhang Xiaofeng tied the small boat to the back of the big ship and was about to climb the side of the ship when he saw a middle-aged scholar standing on the small boat next to the big ship. He was the only one on the boat. The scholar stood at the bow with his hands clasped behind his back. The small boat moved steadily in the turbulent river. Seeing Zhang Xiaofeng looking over, the scholar folded his sleeves and asked, "Where are you going? Can you give me a ride?" Zhang Xiaofeng looked over and saw that the scholar's hair and beard were fluttering in the wind, but he did not look the least bit disheveled. Although his clothes were messy, he had a bearing of his own. He stood on the small boat that was drifting with the current. The boat swayed in the tumbling river, but his whole body was like a pine tree, and his body did not move at all. Before he could say anything, he heard a crisp female voice laughing from the boat. "Well, let me tell you, our boat is going to Jiangdu. If you are going the same way, why don't you come aboard and give us a ride?" "We're going the same way." The scholar laughed. As he spoke, he used his sleeves to roll up the long sleeves beside him, and the jet-black long sleeves wrapped around the rope at the bow of the boat. With a wave, he shot dozens of steps forward and got stuck at the tail of the big ship. His green robe flashed, and his figure had already shot out. With a light tap on the surface of the river, his body rose 10 feet into the air, and when he landed again, he was already standing firmly on the deck of the big ship. Luo Xian leaned on the mast and only smiled slightly. He was not moved at all. On the contrary, the sailors of the Eastern Peak sect couldn't help but slow down. It was only when they saw Luo Xian's unperturbed appearance that they calmed down. The shipwrights came back to their senses. The people in charge on the ship were no longer the people of the Eastern Peak sect. No matter how many masters there would be others to deal with, so they couldn't help but worry. After the scholar came up, he really acted like a guest on the ship. After thanking Luo Xian, he sat at the side, set up a shelf, and began to read. The book was brought up by Zhang Xiaofeng from his ship. There was also a jet-black guqin. Zhang Xiaofeng took the time to appraise it, and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The attributes of the guqin given by the Lord God were really powerful. Old Dragon Roar, 4-star silver grade item, antler gray, black paint, snake belly broken and fine water broken. Rectangular dragon pond, oval phoenix pond. 3 words, Old Dragon Roar, are engraved on the back of the guqin. The sound in the dragon pond is relatively flat. It was made by Yi Tong and Zimu. It was nurtured by true qi and became psychic. It can support sound techniques and exert the characteristics of bewitching, heart calming, intestines breaking, etc. New Yen language hanging curtains. Old Dragon Roar of the vast sea. F***CK. Even I don't have a 4-star silver grade weapon, and he actually used it as a toy. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofeng directly had the greed to kill and seize the treasure. "Idiot," Luo Xian scolded him. "Is this the most important information? A person who can carry a 4-star silver grade item should at least be a 6-star storyline character? This is indeed a very important piece of information." Zhang Xiaofeng also came back to his senses and sighed. A good Tang Dynasty world. When did it become a place where there are as many 5-star as dogs and 6-star characters on the streets? Only an 8-star like Yangguang can shake it. The Lord God is too much of a scam. The reincarnators can't afford to hurt him. It is said that if you scold the Lord God during a mission, your luck will be reduced. Seeing that Zhang Xiaofeng immediately became spirited as if he had been whipped and begged the Lord God in a low voice, Luo Xian sighed helplessly. "This is not the important information I am talking about." "Then what is it?" Zhang Xiaofeng was puzzled. Old Dragon Roar is a zither style that became popular in the Tang Dynasty. It would never appear in the Sui Dynasty. So what? There is also a 300-foot high city wall here. This is a plot world, and a wuxia plot world at that. It is normal to have some things that are different from reality. Zhang Xiaofeng said. "Is it normal for the Lord God to make mistakes?" Luo Xian asked. She pointed to the appraisal result and said, "Curtain New Yen language, see Old Dragon Roar. We all know that the Lord God's appraisal conclusion must be related to the story of the item itself. There will not be an item in the Spring and Autumn Warring States period storyline world with a poem from the Tang Dynasty and the Han Dynasty. In other words, the appraisal sentence itself is a wisp of obsession condensed by the owner of the item, and it is even closely related to the special effects of the item. These 2 sentences came from Su Shi's Tang Dynasty Guqin Juxiao Huanpei. The original sentence is amiable east wind cold. Lang Lang Huanpei sound. Curtain New Yen language, see Old Dragon Roar. Let me ask you on an item from the Sui Dynasty, why would there be an appraisal ending of a poem from the Song Dynasty? This Zhang Xiaofeng was speechless. Chapter 350. Zhang Xiaofeng was fiddling with a laptop. His fingers quickly slid across the electronic keyboard, touching the sensitive electrodes on it, and entered a long string of codes. He adjusted the program while communicating with his teammates on the other side of the screen. The communication system has been installed. Through the camouflage of the small spy satellites in the sky, I have hidden our real communication relay station seamlessly. The satellites will simulate real communication activities, which is equivalent to an independent sandbox system. There is absolutely no problem in terms of safety. If they target the satellites, I will give them a surprise. Lu Li, the captain on the other side of the screen, said, "The satellite monitoring system is also an important supplement to our intelligence. Pay attention to collecting relevant data. Also, we have tested Yangguang several times in the past few days, and the results are not optimistic. The strength of Yangguang's subordinates is much more terrifying than we thought. The power of the two factions may be unbalanced. Does that mean that the Lord will also strengthen our opponents in the team battle?" Zhang Xiaofeng's face was ashen as he said in horror, "We can't rule out this possibility. Oh, right, there is a piece of information that may be useful to you. After several tests, we have almost locked onto Yangguang's location." "Oh." Zhang Xiaofeng sat up straight and opened the picture that Lu Li sent him. He only saw a red dot very close to the ship where he was. "It's Linjiang Palace. Xiaozhang, come out." Luo Xian's scream suddenly came into his ears. "Look, what is that?" Zhang Xiaofeng had never heard such a shrill voice from Luo Xian. In his memory, this unreliable sage had never lost his composure like this before. Zhang Xiaofeng almost rushed to the deck and even drew his weapon along the way. But when he reached the bow of the ship, he was still so scared that he spat out a few gibberish words. "What the F asterisk CK? Is the Lord trying to play us to death?" At the end of the distance, a rainbow crossed the two sides of the Yangtze River, and a huge water column protruded from the flat bottom, reaching into the vast clouds. The sound of the huge waves, like the roar of a mountain torrent, could be heard all the way to the Eastern Peak Sec ship. In the distant mountains, the Yangtze River soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. The sky was like a mirror lake, and the huge water-colored sky was paved by the water. In the vast sea of clouds, only the area where the Yangtze River rushed into, forming a lake with a radius of more than 10 miles, floated in the sky. Just as Zhang Xiaofeng and the others were shocked by this incomparably spectacular scene, the ship seemed to have sped up a bit. Soon, they realized that it was not an illusion, because the speed of the ship had increased by 2 times. Luo Xian, who had come back to his senses, screamed, "Drop the anchor! Headwind, young fan, we need to slow down. The water column is going to suck us up." However, her words had no effect at all. All the shipwrights, whether they were from the Dongming sect or hired, knelt on the deck and prayed piously in the direction of the water column, submitting to the majestic heavenly might. Luo Xian lost his composure and saw that only 3 people were standing on the deck. Even Madame Dongming was kneeling at the bow of the ship. The only ones left standing were the 2 members of the reincarnation team and the mysterious scholar. Is this His Majesty's heavenly might?" the scholar said with a trembling voice. Before Luo Xian and Zhang Xiaofeng could regain their senses, they saw the scholar shake his head and say, "No, it's not." He stretched out his hands towards the sky in surprise and said excitedly, "It's the Commander-in-Chief." He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "The Commander-in-Chief is back." Around them, the Commander-in-Chief is back. He's back. Amidst the echoes, the ship had already approached the side of the heavenly pillar like an arrow released from a bow. The intense current carried the ship straight up into the sky. Only then did they realize that the huge water column was not a smooth one. It was formed by 2 streams of water flowing in different directions and had a spiral undulation. The ship rose and fell along this undulation. The bow of the ship was raised nearly 60 degrees, and spiraled up. In the mirror lake in the sky, Yangguang's physical body was frozen at the bottom of the lake. Endless water vapor was infused into his flesh, causing his entire body to surge with power. This power, with him as the source, sublimated into a strange power that was neither real nor fake. It was like the heavenly demon, primordial spirit, summoned by the strongest power of the heavenly demonic power. However, what appeared behind him was not the ferocious heavenly demon, primordial spirit, but the shadow of a young man looking at the world with his hands behind his back. As his eyes gradually became vivid, the shadow-like body gradually solidified. No words could describe the magic of this moment. It was like an imaginary world with memories, virtual emotions, stories, and images. It was extremely vivid and wonderful. A person living in the memory suddenly had the concept of me. It was like a world that was touched by a person's thoughts. In the perceptual world that was composed of form and form, there was suddenly a form that broke through the form and transformed into a sentient being. It was like a very vivid fantasy character on a screen had suddenly walked out of the dimension wall and came to reality. Chen Ong walked out of Yangguang's visualization and came to this world. Yangguang practiced the heavenly demonic power and the supreme Wang Qing technique and created Chen Ong in his fantasy world. Chen Ong broke the boundary between fantasy and reality. He walked out of the highest realm of the heavenly demonic power and became a sentient being. Even in the records of the lords, he had a clean background. The Tang dynasty's reincarnation scale is 13,478/12. Chen Ong was born from Yangguang's thoughts and descended into this world. I descended into this world for all living beings. Chen Ong sighed. Tong Guan and the others, who were surrounding the huge iceberg in the center of the mirror lake, bowed together and shouted. The Lord descended into this world for all living beings and illuminated the endless heavens. The atmosphere was feverish and serious, with a trace of terrifying madness. Countless virtual personalities that had been brainwashed by the supreme Wang Qing technique showed extreme fanaticism and devotion at this moment. It's their first day in this world, and they're already acting like a cult leader. Chen Ong sighed and said, I wonder what kind of settings the virtual personalities in the mysterious universe have set for them. The heavenly demonic power is a technique that plants a seed in someone else's consciousness and then sublimates the dimension to be reborn into this world. It's like a demonic technique. It's fine if Yangguang's emotions were erased and his personality was reconstructed, but even his fundamental consciousness was not spared. If I were to be reborn, it would be completely denying his existence. Everyone only has one real existence that they can completely recognize, and that is me. Everything else is the appearance of me. Then, wanting to create another me is tantamount to a paradox. Only by erasing the original me can one completely recognize another me in their consciousness. This idea of sublimating the dimension is simply insane. Actually, I'm a good person. Chen Ong sighed and said, This completely demonic and insane experiment must have nothing to do with me. I'm also a victim. Stepping on the bottom of the mirror lake, Chen Ong saw a large ship break out of the water. As the mirror lake rotated, it stopped right in front of him. Chapter 351. Captain, Xiaoxian and the rest have disappeared. Zhang Zhongheng saw the dot representing Zhang Xiaofeng's position flicker twice on the screen and suddenly disappear from the satellite map. Zhang Zhongheng quickly called up the satellite and locked onto the position where they disappeared. He was shocked to see that the originally clear sky along the Yangtze River suddenly had a huge cloud with Linjiang Palace as the center. The circular cloud on the map was spinning like the eye of a typhoon, covering a large area with a radius of tens of miles. He looked up at the sky, and it was indeed gloomy, just like what was shown on the cloud map. Is this a typhoon? A newbie asked, not understanding. What the hell is a typhoon? Luli could not help but curse. He turned around and glared at the poor newbie, roaring, "What the F asterisk CK is a world typhoon coming to Yangzhou? This is a powerhouse that can trigger celestial phenomenon." Lu Li quickly operated on his laptop. He observed the general shape of the cloud and at the same time called up a drone to approach Linjiang Palace. A 6-star powerhouse can basically cause a change in the weather, but to be able to cover such a large area, he has to be at least a 7-star pinnacle, overdrawing his potential to activate a forbidden spell. But the Tang Empire is a world of martial arts. Even if they are the most adept at manipulating the weather and using the power of the heavens, they need to be an 8-star pinnacle powerhouse to trigger a phenomenon of tens of miles. Hearing the captain's analysis, Zhang Zhongheng's face suddenly turned pale, and he mumbled, "But the Tang Empire's martial arts focus on the mind system." As everyone knows, the mind system's martial arts are good at fighting alone, and they are the martial arts with the strongest survival ability. They are completely different from the vitality system's martial arts that are good at large-scale destruction. If it is a world like Fengyin, it might be an 8-star powerhouse like Xiongba, but if it is really a mind system powerhouse that can trigger a phenomenon of the scale, turning illusions into reality, being able to use one's will to interfere with reality on a large scale, or using illusions as illusions to absorb the consciousness of tens of miles into one's own spiritual world. It is a 9-star martial grandmaster who has touched the gate of God. Lu Li sighed. Zhang Zhongheng's face was wooden, and he unconsciously mumbled to himself. The gate of gods for heavenly barriers are the body, soul, energy, and will. Passing one barrier will allow one to enter the gate of God, and one can be called a 10-star apatheicized powerhouse. We were all wrong. He looked in the direction of the Riverside Palace and said regretfully, Yangguang and the person behind him are not 8-star army destroyers, but 9-star beginner stage destroyers or even a 9-star advanced stage nation destroyer grandmaster. Xiaoxian and the others were all harmed by us. This world is not a world where good and evil oppose each other, but a unipolar world where Yangguang's power is crushing. Things haven't come to the worst yet, said Lu Li to him. What we showed to Yangguang is goodwill. At the very least, the account book in Xiaoxian's hands can provide them with room to maneuver. Xiaoxian is the wisest among us. She has a better way to salvage everything than we do. Do you think that a small Dongming sect, or even all the opposing forces in the world, can make Yangguang take them seriously? Zhang Zhongheng retorted loudly. Don't forget, a 9-star powerhouse can find out where we come from. He has the ability to contact the Lord God's realm, and even the realm welcomes a storyline powerhouse like him. Isn't a group of unknown people who are out of our control more dangerous than a group of skeletons in a tomb? It's not like you don't know the danger of storyline characters, especially these kinds of powerhouses who have reached the 9-star realm. They are different from those NPCs. Their willpower, spiritual cultivation, and even intelligence are top-notch. Instead of relying on them to be stupid, it's better to just kill themselves. Zhang Zhongheng glared at Lu Li. His offense had made Lu Li the captain, unable to back down anymore. Otherwise, the order of the Wind Chasers would be destroyed. Lu Li's expression became serious. She looked at Zhang Zhongheng, who had lost his composure, and said coldly, I know you are worried about Luo Xian. Anyone would lose their composure when they see the person they like in danger, but this kind of loss of composure will only make us dizzy and unable to make the right decision. The captain's authority is not to be offended. Zhongheng, you have crossed the line. Almost all the veterans stood behind the captain, expressing their attitude. At this time, Zhang Zhongheng also came to his senses. He took a deep breath and shook his head violently. You are right. When we return from this mission, I will accept my punishment, but I will not leave this mission. Lu Li nodded, and a spell shining with magic appeared on her body. She said to Zhang Zhongheng, Sign this command spell contract. The man in the suit, old Hu, gasped. A 5-star, silver-ranked command spell from the AT world. The captain is really going all out. If you bring it to the market, I'm afraid the reincarnated travelers who specialize in magic will go crazy. That is a silver-ranked item from at least a 7-star storyline world. If it is a command spell from the Type Moon Lord world, its value is simply immeasurable. This is the relic of my former teammate. It was only obtained from a parallel timeline world. The level of the rules is too low. I'm afraid the real powerhouses will not be interested in it. Lu Li smiled bitterly. Hiss! Old, whose reaction was even more exaggerated. He said in shock, Captain, you actually experienced the AT world. That's amazing. At that time I was still a newbie. The Wind Chasers had only recruited me in that world. At that time, they had already been promoted to a 7-star Samsara team. In the end, I was the only one left after the team battle. Seeing Zhang Zhongheng nimbly sign his real name, Lu Li slapped the command incantation back onto her right arm. He said to Zhang Zhongheng, This is a restraint and also a guarantee. If you lose your head and insist on dragging everyone into danger, then this will be the chain that binds you. If you are in danger and meet with difficulties, it will also be your help. But don't try to put yourself in danger and force me to use this command spell. Zhang Zhongheng nodded with a look of realization. He replied, Thank you, Captain. The sincerity in his tone made Lu Li heave a sigh of relief. If they encountered an unruly person or a resolute and gloomy person, then the cracks in the reincarnation team would have already been buried. Fortunately, he did not have the confidence to lead a team that was not united to face such a dangerous world. For now, we can't break through the situation with the strength of our team. I've decided to initiate a group battle now and summon the enemy team to descend. This will bring enough pressure to Yang Guang and reduce his focus on us. Only by creating a common enemy can we have the possibility of cooperation with Yang Guang. We have the advantage of intelligence, and Yang Guang has absolute power. At the same time, the enemy team that appears is more dangerous than us. Only then can we have 90% confidence to protect Luo Xian and the others. Saying that, Lu Li suddenly laughed and said to the team members, Speaking of which, haven't you all been curious about the trump card that gives me the confidence to survive the group battle? The gold grade item that triggers the group battle in advance. Now, let me reveal the answer to you all. Lu Li stretched out his right hand, and the 2 command spells on his wrist suddenly shone with a magical brilliance. A circle of golden magic suddenly shrouded the position where Lu Li was standing. Fill it up, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. The cycle repeats, followed by 5. However, when it's full, it's time to abandon it. Announcement your body is at my command. My life is with your sword. 6-star gold grade item. Small Holy Grail. Use. User A18737689. Use the item. Small Holy Grail. Submitting a team battle request. Detecting the large Holy Grail's Spirit Meridian System. Spirit Meridian System not locked. Preparing to introduce a team battle contract. Preparing to send out the true god team of the reincarnation team. Chanong, who was in the mirror lake, suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. His gaze transcended the natural moat of the world of reincarnation and stared directly at the master god's operating laws. Looking at the flowing laws and order, Chun Ong suddenly smiled and inserted 2 lines of laws. Detected that Yang Guang has submitted the large Holy Grail Spirit Vein System's substitute system, the Dragon Vein System. The small Holy Grail has been connected to the He Sure by system. The conditions for the Holy Grail battle are established. World Executor Chenong has applied to modify the Holy Grail system template. The He Sure by system template has been submitted. Reviewing. Approved. The Holy Grail / He Sure by battle template has been submitted to the Lord God Space for record. The He Sure by Dragon Vein system is being loaded. No Gaia or Alea system. No magic or weave system detected. No substitute system. No martial arts consciousness detected. Void-shattering system detected. The He Sure by battle system has been reconstructed. Preparations complete. Loading the Samsara team. Chapter 352. Come through the theory of suppression. Guardian of balance. As Lu Li finished chanting, the magic circle under his feet emitted a dazzling light. It seemed that the mountains under his feet were shaking. After everything dissipated, nothing happened. Above the mirror lake, Luo Xian and Zhang Xiaofeng were surprised to see a jade disc floating in Su Jiling's arms. The He Sure Bai, which was inlaid with gold, shone brightly and floated in the air. Everyone could feel a strange energy wave shrouding it. The light purple power of the dragon vein was circling around the He Sure Bai. It symbolized the strange power of the agreement between heaven and man. With the He Sure Bai as the carrier, it condensed into a beautiful jade disc. The gold that decorated the gap fell to the ground, and the broken part of the He Sure Bai was gradually repaired. The words engraved on it, "Receive the mandate of the heavens, live forever," emitted a bright color like a golden talisman. The aura of the dragon vein ran through the jade disc. Although it had changed its form, anyone who saw the strange jade disc would naturally think of its name, Husher Jade Disc. Luo Xian applied to the Lord God to appraise the jade floating in the air. He Sure Bai, 8-star gold level item, called Pu In Chu by In Qin, an imperial jade seal after the first emperor. Qin passed it to Han, Han passed it to Jin, and Jin passed it to Sui. It is not a Bai, but a great unification. Today, Yangguang used the Bai as the agreement between heaven and man, and He Sure Bai as the proof of the oath, forming the dragon vein, accepting the mandate of heaven and swearing with the Lord God. Receive the mandate of heaven, live forever. The sovereignty certificate of the Tang world. With it, you can obtain the ownership of the entire Tang world. Offer it to the Lord God, and the Lord God space will fulfill your wish. 8-star gold level item. Zhang Xiaofeng said tremblingly, "We're rich. Sister Luo Xian, we're rich. It's worth it to give up the task and return to the Lord God space." He was almost incoherent with excitement. We can make a wish to the Lord God space that is, as long as we get this thing, we can leave this damn place. Looking at Zhang Xiaofeng's fanatical eyes, Luo Xian had to pour cold water on him. There's no such good thing in God's realm. Don't forget that benefits and risks are always equal. Luo Xian gently took down the He Sure Bai from the air and showed him the hidden attributes. He Sure Bai carrier, 6-star gold item, the proof of the He Sure Bai's war. It was originally a strange jade that condensed fate and destiny in this world. It had a strange energy, and later became the token of the agreement between the heavens and humans in the He Sure Bai's war. It became the hub and material carrier of the Dragon Vein system. Only after the Heshabi War was over would it merge with the Dragon Vein and become a true Heshabi, the Pearl of Freedom, the Jade of Harmony. Qin Ong stood on the mirror lake and looked at the 3 odd-shaped runes that appeared on his wrist, which were the so-called command incantations. But this time the command incantations were not the crystallization of the laws of magic, but the authority granted by the Lord Space. As part of the agreement between heaven and man that Qinong had reached with the Lord Space on behalf of the entire world, these 3 runes could be said to be a manifestation of the Lord Space. Qin-Ong did not expect that a reincarnator who came to this world would carry a Lord Space item like the small Holy Grail. As the carrier of the large Holy Grail system, the small Holy Grail had part of the core rules and hub of the large-scale magic spell known as the Holy Grail. In the Lord Space, the only authority it had was to initiate the Holy Grail War. In the Moon World, or the Holy Grail War, using the small Holy Grail would automatically connect to the large Holy Grail's spiritual vein in Fuyuki City and initiate the Holy Grail War. The scale of the war was determined by the power accumulated in the spiritual vein. In other words, the closer to the world where the next Holy Grail War would normally begin, the stronger the power that would be triggered in advance. If the small Holy Grail was used without the external large Holy Grail system operating, the Lord Space would initiate a normal team battle. But in the Great Tang world, the small Holy Grail should have directly requested the Lord Space to initiate a team battle due to the lack of the large Holy Grail's cooperation. However, an existence like Chun-Ong, who could spy on the Lord Space's operating rules, appeared. Chun-Ong completed the external conditions required for the large Holy Grail to activate, directly triggering the complete version of the Holy Grail War that could only be started in the Moon world. Since the Great Tang world did not have a heroic spirit system, nor did it have the Leia or Gaia consciousness, nor did it have the origin or magic system, Chun-Ong could only rely on the Great Tang world's own system to supplement and perfect the Great Tang's unique Holy Grail War, which was also the current war of Heshabi's entire system. The mission was basically the same as what the three imperial families had done in the original Holy Grail War. If there was no spiritual vein, then he would use the power of the dragon vein to complete the War of Heshabi's system. If there was no magic, then he would use the power of the country's fate to carry the power of the dragon vein. If there were no heroic spirits, then he would use the Lord Space's mission system to replace the heroic spirits with reincarnators. After repeated improvements by the Lord Space and Chun-Ong, he finally determined the entire system of the War of Heshabi and established the agreement between heaven and man, using the Great Tang world's origin consciousness and the power of the Lord Space to ensure the continuation of the war. As Yangguang's lord, Chun-Ong possessed the majority of the power of the entire system of destiny, so he naturally became a participant in the War of Heshabi, a VIP player with the triple identities of referee, GM, and player. As for the remaining destiny, according to the current general trend of the world, the Turks and Goryeo each had a share, the Li clan, the Song clan, and Do, Jinda each had a share, and the last portion of destiny fell into the hands of Zhukin, who was supported by the Buddhist sections. Luo Xian and the others did not know what Chun-Ong was doing. They only saw the Heshabi quickly fly toward the mysterious young man and float above his right palm. The scholar who had hitched a ride on the ship saw the young man and immediately half-knelt on the ground and excitedly shouted, "Commander of the Sioux Hull, Huang Chang greets Governor." "Huang Chang, you did well." Chun-Ong nodded with a smile. "Get up. Don't let others see you as a joke." "Yes, Governor." Huang Chang stood up and introduced, "Governor, these are the leaders of the Eastern Peak faction, and the other two are heroes who wanted to seek refuge with His Majesty." "You don't need to introduce me." Chun-Ong smiled and stopped him. "This world is about to change. No matter what their previous identities were, they will be completely different in a while." "Fine." Chun-Ong stood with his hands clasped behind his back and laughed. "Let me lift the curtain of this era." With these words, the world changed color. Luo Xian saw 3 runes suddenly light up on the mysterious young man's right wrist. This familiar scene seemed to make her think of something, but she could not recall it for a moment. "Announce!" Chun-Ong raised his right hand and revealed the runes on the inside of his wrist. The Heshabi, the contract of the dragon vein. The representative of the world, decreed by the king, hereby promises, saying, "Receive the mandate of the heavens and live forever." The king's mandate upholds good, and the king's mandate upholds evil. A gentleman's promise, the new moon repeats 4 times, its use 3 times. Phoenix, Phoenix, return of the soul. At the same time, in the Li household of Taiyuan, the young Li Shiming was examining his wrist. Not long ago, he felt his right wrist was numb and itchy. It was sore and swollen, but he was in front of Li Yuan at the time, so he could not examine it immediately. Pulling up his sleeve, Li Shiming saw 3 ancient runes emitting a strange light on his wrist. For some reason, he placed 3 of his fingers on the 3 talismans. Li Shimin couldn't help but recite the incantation, saying, "Great Bong Wei Ping, Great Bong Wei Han, Hueda Weining, Zong Zi Wei Cheng, Donning Armor, Xiao Air Spear, Life and Death Bond, Uzi. This was the the Heshabe the contract of the dragon vein, saying, "Receive the mandate of the heavens and live forever." The king's mandate upholds good, and the king's mandate upholds evil. A gentleman's promise, the new moon repeats 4 times, it's used 3 times. Phoenix, Phoenix, return of the soul.